that I'm sure those who follow the junior rowing scene will know pretty well. And here
Very
come KCS now.
I think it's also important to stress that KCS and St Paul's train on the same stretch of river, both boating along the Thames, along the Tideway. They will know each other very well, won't they, Tom? Not just in terms of competitively, but just in terms of people that they row with and row near and who they are familiar with seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. King's College boating, of course, out Putney, and St Paul's just shy of Hammersmith Bridge on the Tideway. But KCS did win this event at the School's Head, so perhaps come here with the mantle of favourites. You can just see there they provisionally crossed the line in 5:59, a couple of seconds short of Norwich School, but still securing them a pretty good spot for potentially semi-final racing later on. Kings actually came into the regatta season in pretty hot form as well. Obviously used their Easter training camp to good effect, coming second at Wallingford Regatta, finishing behind the Windsor boys. So I suppose a win in this event would represent a pretty good result for them.
And Westminster, those classic pink blades that we can see as they come past.
So the latter end of the Junior 15-8s just coming towards a close here. Just watching Abingdon cross the line. It looks like most of, if not all, the crews have now started. So the second quad time trial, race 202, due to kick off at 8:15, has actually started ahead of time. Windsor boys, Leander, Clare's Court, Wallingford and Tideway Scullers all on their way down, and then also joined by Neptune Rowing Club of Ireland. And I think, Joe, I don't have exact form guides for this particular race, but I think with the dominance that Leander have displayed in
you
quad
would
sculling,
think that they'll be pretty close to the top of that
absolutely.
running order, don't you?
Well, they did come first and third at the Falls Head all the way back in November, so to record that sort of dominance in junior quad sculling suggests that they might well have a good run at both titles today. You can see Shiplake there crossing the line for the Junior 15-8s. I think we've just waited for two
we've
more.
got the 2 8s coming into our viewpoint now. I think that we will be done.
Yeah, good fight on here.
Monmouth School and King's College Chester.
I suppose that probably drives you to row a little bit faster, doesn't it, when you've got a crew right alongside you?
Right alongside you, yes. It looks like the crew to the far side, though, Tom, is struggling a little bit, not keeping as composed as the crew closest to us.
Yeah, I think King's Chester are probably on the overtake as opposed to Monmouth here.
Yes, they're definitely pushing right to the line, aren't they? Oh, I think that was almost a dead heat.
Yeah, certainly a nice contest to end the Junior 15.8s, and now we've got a little gap in proceedings as we wait for the second quads to make their way down the course.
Always a funny feeling when you're heading down to the time trials, Tom, when you're thinking, you're seeing all the crews, you're remembering it's a competitive event, but actually not feeling quite competitive at that point, do you think?
Yeah, for me the nerves would always kick in at semi-final stage, presuming I got that far. I think it was the time trials always felt like an exercise in sort of shedding the nerves, getting used to the course, you know, remembering sort of why and the reasons I'm here, and making sure that I was ready for the day's racing ahead. I think some people come into the time trials with that element of complacency. Certainly when you've been recording good events all year, you sort of expect it's a formality, but crews come here and the time trial is their be all and end all. They're going to be sort of giving 100% the whole way down, so you can never really afford to relax, as I think crews have been caught out in the past by that.
Well, I think the worst thing in the world is when you're in a time trial, you go in thinking you'll make it through to the final, think, I'll conserve some energy to the final, and then just miss out on qualifying. Probably the worst feeling in the world.
So with completion of the Junior 15.8 time trial, we do have the provisional results available on the website. You're very welcome to go over and have a look, but at the moment our sort of standings are showing that Norwich took the overall win in the time trial, I suppose the win in terms of progression, and then King's College School, perhaps front riders for this one, in second place. Radley, Eton, Pauls and Abingdon in third, fourth, fifth and sixth respectively, and then the likes of Bedford School, Enniskillen, Latimer and Royal Shrewsbury completing the top 10.
Fantastic performance there from Norwich School, who've just grown in the number of athletes that they've got. Hometown for me, and they're growing in the number of athletes, but it's not a name that we often see right at the top of the Champ-8s, is it, when we get to J16s?
No, they're not really considered a Championship 8 school, always been sort of Child B or contenders, but regularly produce good athletes both on the rowing and sculling side. Just see some quads coming into view. Leander leading the way, unsurprisingly, it has to be said. I think, Joe, we remarked on a Leander quad doing a technical exercise on the way up. So
I believe it was half slide, square blades, all full rowing, wasn't it?
It was, and we thought that was their top quad, and that wasn't their top quad, that was their second quad.
Ooh. And we did comment on how impressive it looked at the same time and how easy they were making it look, so clearly a very competitive programme with both quads.
Yeah, I think it would be a surprise if Leander weren't towards the front of the pack.
Famous last words, Tom. Famous last words.
I do love the commentator's curse. No, they're looking very efficient coming down. There's something about a quad in full flight that the 8 just can't quite replicate.
I always hold my breath with this event slightly in the time trials, because I think it's when people suddenly forget that they've got to steer as well and stay within buoys and stay in a lane. But certainly Leander coming past looking like they've had no problems down the course.
No, that is a very impressive quad. Actually, they wouldn't look at all out of place in the first boat category, but as it is, these are athletes 5, 6, 7 and 8 in the Leander Junior Sculling squad, and just crossing the line looking very relaxed, it has to be said. Nice long strokes, catching the boat out front. I think they'll be, hopefully, relatively assured of progression.
On a very non-technical boat, Tom, they look huge for J's 15s, do you not think? Just where they're sitting in the boat, very tall. My mistake there, Tom, that was it's the second quads, so they're not J15s. That's probably why they do look quite tall in the boat.
Windsor Boys and Clare's Court crossing the line, and I think those two crews look a little bit more ragged than Leander.
A rivalry between those two quads that we have seen time and time again between the two schools in sculling boats.
Followed by Scullers and Wallingford Rowing Club.
Scullers looking very composed there as they come across the line.
So when I used to compete in the championship quad events, this was many, many years ago now, there was no there was no second quads event. So essentially, if you wanted to boat a couple of crews into the main draw, you were welcome to do that. But the likelihood is you were finding one or two eliminated in the time trial. So it's great to see that the national schools have sort of responded to the increased demand for quad sculling and have set up another event to cater for the multitude of athletes who sort of want a side-by-side race.
Well, and also at this level, it is all about giving them experience, isn't it? The more races that you can get, the more experience they're going to have, and the quicker they're going to progress.
So second quad's pretty much completed. Some provisional results. Henley Rowing Club, it looks like, recorded the fastest time down the track for the 1800 metre course. So Henley and Leander probably the two front runners in both first and second quads today. So good to see those two continuing the rivalry that has defined the narrative of this year. It looks like that's completion for the second quads. Henley, Leander, Tideway Scullers, Walton, Gloucester, Hartbury and the Clares Court School making up the top 6 for race 202. So race 203, junior 15, girls 8 and girls second 8 has started. That's race 203. And at the moment we've got what looks like 6 crews on the track. Emmanuel, Sir William Perkins, Durham Amateur, Headington School, Henley Rowing Club, Marlow, and we've just been joined by Enniskillen of Ireland as well. So 7 crews on the way down the course.
Fantastic to see so many clubs from Ireland as well, Tom, coming over here. It's a massive journey for them. And I can only imagine the amount of logistical organisation it takes with young athletes and boats and coaches.
Well, it's the same trope that I use at the Henley regattas at Women's and Royal, in that if you've made the trip across sea, I imagine you fancy yourself to have a reasonably fast crew. I mean, I have seen crews from New Zealand and Australia crash out dramatically in first rounds of racing, but it tends to be that the crews who come from the likes of Neptune and Enniskillen are quite quick. I think Enniskillen today in the non-championship 8 category 8s are certainly one of the front runners. I think they raced at championship level at School's Head and actually would have won first 8s by a comfortable distance. So I think they'll be eyeing that prize pretty excitedly. But yeah, I think absolutely right. If you come across from Ireland and have made that substantial trip, you fancy yourself to be quite quick, and it's great to see their support. I do think that the junior sculling head in March, it tends to be we have crews from Italy and sometimes from France and Spain who make the trip, but less so for the national schools. I suppose that might be to do with the fact that they maybe think it's a school's event, but clubs very much welcome.
Well, and also we have to remember we are talking about student athletes here. They are still very young people. Often we speak to competitors and athletes around here who go then say, well, I've got my GCSEs on Monday that they are revising for at the same time as this, so it's worthwhile remembering that these are still very young people and training full time but also studying full time. So
the second quad's just coming to its conclusion here. Lee Rowing Club crossing the line.
very distinctive orange blades as they come across.
Yeah, great to see Lee towards the business end of junior rowing, a real sort of powerhouse in East London of both senior and junior rowing. Yeah, I think to come up to your point there, Joe, I think, well, from my experience, it wasn't a case of revising for my exams. My exams took a backseat when I rowed, which is probably why I didn't get very good grades.
So maybe I should have said full-time rowing and part-time studying.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that was perhaps why I found myself in clearing come August when my A-level results came out. But I don't necessarily regret that. I think rowing certainly brought about some of the most eventful days and exciting times of my sort of young life. I talk like I'm in my 40s. I'm actually only 23, but you know, it feels like you are sometimes.
I think I heard a fantastic statistic from the St Paul's Champ 8 last year that 5 of them were going to Oxbridge and the other to Princeton and Yale. So perfectly managing to balance their studies. I think it was something along those lines.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think of those 9 athletes who competed in the Paul's boat last year, 2 have remained. I think that's, if my memory serves me correct, Tom Horncastle and Oliver Parrish. But
that's a very good memory, Tom.
Oh well,
names.
It tends to be that I consign these memories to my head pretty quickly when they're as powerful and impressive as the St Paul's athletes were last year.
But they are definitely names that we are going to be hearing again and again in the next few years.
Yeah, I think Harvard, Princeton, Cal Berkeley and Oxford were the overall destinations for those boys, and good luck to them over in the US. But we can just see junior 15-8s, girls 8s coming down the track, race 2:03, and I think the front runner in terms of on our screens is a little bit hard to say. It could be Sir William Perkins or it could be Emmanuel.
Fantastic to see so many women's boats in Nat schools now. It's been progressing the last few years and growing year on year.
Yeah, I think right across the sporting spectrum we're striving to achieve parity, and national schools right at the forefront of that. I suppose the success that GB women had in 2012 and again in 2016 has had a compound effect on the number of young girls who are looking to get into the sport, and now we're seeing equal numbers of men and women rowing, and you can just see, I think that's Emmanuel School Emmanuel School crossing the line.
Well, I think that's also a testament to the effort that the GB female athletes have put into kind of supporting and promoting female rowing. I know Holly Hill has done fantastically at trying to encourage young women in the area to get into rowing. I think it can feel a bit of an inaccessible sport at times.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And sort of some of the flag bearers for women's rowing are people that you'd know, former boat race, former Olympic medalists. Just see here, Sir William Perkins, another well-known name on the junior women's circuit, coming across the line in what I would describe as sort of close attention with Durham Amateur, I think. So just some sort of live results coming to us here. Headington, no surprise to see them at the front of the pack. They've recorded the fastest time so far of the 4 crews to complete the course in the junior 15 girls 8, followed by Enniskillen. I do apologise earlier, it was Enniskillen who were crossing the line alongside Durham Amateur, and then Emmanuel School at the moment in 3rd.
And we've just seen Henley Rowing Club cross the line as well. They've gone provisionally into 2nd place, 3 seconds behind Headington. Now that is a rivalry, Tom, that has been going for years, Headington-Henley.
Yeah, that's defined the, I suppose, the narrative arc of junior women's rowing. It's been sort of cat and mouse between Headington and Henley for years, right through the age groups. I think Henley traditionally have dominated at junior 15 and 16, 11, and Headington have always managed to turn the switch and produce better quality crews, more polished crews at the championship end of things. But I think the tide has turned in the last few years, and Henley obviously recording that breakthrough victory in the junior sort of women's Champ 8s last year, and then unfortunately falling to an American crew at sort of Henley Royal, but I think they were the strongest domestic crew available.
Or Henley stopped Headington. Was it their 10th win in a row in the Champ 8 for the women?
Yeah, a decade of dominance for Ryan Domain and his team. But
so Headington will definitely be out to try and reverse that result from last year, I would think, today.
Well, I think from a mentality standpoint, I always prefer to be the hunter as opposed to the hunted.
Oh, absolutely. There's only one place to go if your front runner isn't there, which is down.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's always a preferable place to be chasing the crew that everyone else views as, unbeatable, untoppable. So
I think if rowing has taught us anything, it's never underestimate the underdog.
Profound words. Yeah, I think Henley Rowing Club certainly come into this one as potential favourites. They did win this event at the Wallingford Regatta, and I'm told in doing so posted an astonishing time that was actually 26 seconds quicker than the winning crew at last year's National Schools. Now it's a bit of a tricky one comparing times from different races, different times of the year, but to row 26 seconds quicker than the winner of this event last year is a remarkable feat.
But they do say success breeds success, and if you can post fast times one year, you've definitely got something to beat and a benchmark to start the next year. It'd be interesting to see if they have any returners to the squads this year, because they obviously the depth of their squad would suggest that they would continue to improve year on year.
Yeah, absolutely. Just see Marlow slotted in between Headington and Henley in the standings, coming in second. I think Marlow were just behind Henley at Wallingford Regatta, so a good early row from them. And another sort of club that have consistently produced world-class junior women athletes. Bedford Girls' School crossing the line at the moment. Another local club for me. So Junior Girls 8 still underway here in the time trial, and we can see some pretty impressive results being posted by the likes of King's School Chester, who have actually recorded provisionally the fastest time of the event so far in a 6:46, some 6 seconds quicker than Headington, and Surbiton slotting in behind them, about 0.3 of a second back. So good to see the duopoly of Henley and Headington disrupted somewhat. Surbiton, of course, finishing second at the Sculling Head in March. Although they were 36 seconds behind first, the Easter sort of training period. Not an insurmountable distance.
Insurmountable margin.
Not unsubstantial either. But the thing is, the Easter training gap, it sort of works both ways. It's like a 6-pointer in football. If you step on considerably over the Easter and your opponents get complacent and sort of sit back a little bit, you can make up a considerable amount of ground in that time.
Well, and also they've probably had 1, maybe 2, possibly even more training camps in that time, which is a real chance to really step on training when you have that complete focus on something.
Yeah, 100% time to bed in. And I think, the fact that they were sculling at the Sculling Head, it's sometimes perhaps hard to compare results between that and rowing, which is an entirely different discipline.
And also, when we're talking about head races, often these are new crews, they haven't gelled together, they haven't been rowing together for too long. And when you come to the regatta season, they've been rowing with each other for 6+ months at that point. These are people that have known each other day in, day out, session in, session after session.
Just watching Great Marlow School come down towards the line. I think that's Great Marlow School, red and black kit. Apologies if it's not. Just watching. Oh no, I think that was actually Nottingham and Union. Now, interestingly, Junior Rowing News have provided pretty impressive coverage of the entire roster of events. Noted that Nottingham and Union could be the crew to watch here because they sort of showed their mettle in octuples at the Scullery in March when they won their event, finishing as we mentioned earlier, 36 seconds ahead of Surbiton in second. So obviously shown they've got the endurance for sort of 1800 metre stretches, but yet to post a 2k time in the 8. So the fact that they've come in as the leading crew so far this morning shows that obviously they're here to take this seriously.
And also the time trial is that opportunity for crews to layer down a time, isn't it? I think when you come into it, sometimes it's almost easier for sometimes the underdog to post a really fast time because they have nothing to lose.
It's curious actually, harking back again to my time as a junior, when we used to
all those years ago.
I know, some 3 years ago, we used to do time trials and we wouldn't be told the times, in terms of we'd be told who had qualified for the A final, the B final, or however it had sort of delineated, but essentially we weren't told who had gone quickest. So it was sort of anyone's game when you turned up on the semi-final start line. You could get a sense of perhaps who had gone fastest by the semi-final lane draw if you were doing the traditional chevron or however it worked, but we didn't know exact results, so we couldn't turn and say, well, we beat XYZ by 2 seconds in the time trial, so now we just need to put another 2 seconds into them in the side by side.
And for those of people who are unfamiliar with Tom's chevron use of the word, it's that the fastest 2 lanes, or the fastest crews in the previous race, so the semi-final, would get lanes 3 and 4, and then you would have 2 and 5 as the second fastest pair, and 1st and 6th as the 3rd fastest pair of boats in that event.
Yeah, exactly that, working into out. Just see Surbiton, another Surbiton crew, looks things crossing the line.
Having talked about a chevron though, that often at Eton Dorney that is not used because of a crosswind, which I feel is almost a default position for the weather here at Dorney.
Yeah, I think the weather can occasionally play a part, but obviously the authorities here will make sure that the racing is fair and that it reflects the standings of the crews in the time trials. Just see Wimbledon High School, a relatively new name to the junior women's rowing scene, just crossing the line. Certainly a welcome one in the way they've conducted themselves this season, finishing 3rd at Wallingford, impressing in their heat to actually beat Marlow, but succumbing to them in the finals. Obviously the rivalry between both Wimbledon and Marlow will be interesting to see develop as the day goes on.
And just coming into our viewpoint here in the commentary tower, we've got 3 8s pretty close together, I would say. I think be interesting to see what order they started off as, to see if we've had any overtakes this early on in the day.
So in terms of the results so far for race 203 junior girls 8, it's Nottingham and Union leading the way provisionally with a time of 6:45 for the 1800 metre time trial. Close in tow, King's School Chester in 2nd, Wimbledon High School 3rd, Surbiton in 4th, Lady Eleanor Hollies in 5th under the new stewardship of Anthony Smith, formerly of St Paul's School. Latimer, Headington, Marlow, Trentham and Henley all in contention as well. So Henley sort of quite a way down the standings at the moment. Perhaps they took things a little easy, but in 11th place at the moment in the time trial. I think as far as we can see, Joe, that actually completes racing for 203 junior girls 8s. Next on the track will be race 204 junior 16 coxed 4s for the Arundel Cup, and due to get started in about 10 minutes.
Coxed 4s, Tom. What do you think of that as a boat?
Heavy.
Particularly as a junior as well. Very heavy as a junior.
We saw junior 15 coxed 4s, and they are heavy boats, especially when you might not have necessarily developed the physical strength yet to actually lever a boat as quick as you might like to with a cox. Bow loaded as they are, it tends to be quite a tricky one to get down the course, but it requires a little technical skill as well, because you've got, as I say, an added weight that you need to sort of propel through the water.
But also a fantastic event for developing the coxes that we're talking about. I think that people can often focus on the rowers, but not necessarily the coxes. But very important to remember that these people are incredibly skilled in their own right. Being able to
They're people too.
They are people too, Tom. Incredibly skilled in their own right. The ability to get a group of people, men or women, working together and responding to crews around you is not an easy skill to learn.
Absolutely. Just see across the far side of the lake what looks like St Paul's Girls' School, who may have run into trouble coming down the course, because on our little screen it says did not finish.
We will wait to hear anything more.
So provisional, as I say, but results as they stand for race 203, Nottingham and Union as winners of the time trial, King's School Chester in second, Wimbledon High School third, Surbiton, Lady Eleanor Hollies and Latimer completing the top 6. Beyond that, Headington in 7th to William Perkins in 8th, Marlow, Trentham, Henley and Enniskillen completing the top 12, and then it's William Perkins 13. Royal Shrewsbury 14, Emmanuel School 15, Durham Amateur in 16th, Putney High School, Godolphin and Latimer, Surbiton and St George's College competing the top 20, and then Putney High School B, Bedford Girls School A, Enniskillen and Bedford Girls School A in 21, 22, 23 and 24 respectively.
Fantastic to see some new names, that's slightly unfamiliar club names up in the top 6 there, Tom.
Yeah, anything that will disrupt the written narrative is always good for us commentators. It means we've got something to commentate on. Although I imagine Henley and Headington will
have another gear.
Yeah, turn on the gas for the semi-final racing. Although Henley sort of qualifying for the top 12 by the skin of their teeth.
Well, and also, again, unprovisional results here, but we've got less than 2 seconds between the first top 4 boats in that time trial, which, when you're racing without knowing the times of other people, is incredibly close.
So race 204 next on the track, as I say, the time trial for the Junior 16 Coxed 4s. To give you a rundown of the runners and riders in this one from Crew 64 onwards: Norwich School, American School, St Michael's Rowing Club of Ireland, Reading Bluecoat School, Crew 67, Great Marlow School, Kingston Grammar School, King's School Chester, Dulwich College, Crew 72, and then the last 4, Latimer Upper School, Kingston Rowing Club, Twickenham Rowing Club and Walton Rowing Club.
So Tom, tell me a bit about National Schools Regatta. When did it start?
I'm not here on a Saturday morning to be pub quizzed.
Well,
You have a crib sheet in front of
thankfully
you.
I have the crib sheet in front of me. So it was founded in 1947 by Desmond Hill, who was a school teacher and rowing coach. And it's amazing how many coaches here that we have actually started as teachers themselves. And they seem to expand. I'm not quite sure whether they start as teachers and become rowing coaches, or start as rowing coaches and become teachers.
Chicken and egg situation. Actually, Desmond Hill, his descendants, or I think it's his son, Jonathan Hill, is still on the committee for the National Schools Regatta, so it definitely runs in the family.
So you are a pub quiz.
Only because I know
knowledge
Jonathan. That's not the same thing, is it?
And we can see the banks of National Schools Regatta starting to fill up with spectators, but also all the tents along here, which is quite reminiscent of rowing events with lots of tents.
Is this a question? You're going to need a bit more information on this one. You're talking about Henley? I'm not sure.
I was referring to Henley, but then I thought Henley, actually, the tents are mainly the boat tents, aren't they? Rather than...
Yeah, it tends to be flanked by
it's early, okay?
by
It's early,
flints of
everybody.
champagne instead of hastily erected tents. But it is nice to see that the tents stretch right the way up to the 1,000-metre mark. The support and the actual strength of this event, it's just continued to grow year on year, and now we have pretty much every school and every club that you could possibly think of in the UK. I was speaking with somebody a couple of years ago about potentially attending the national schools in a commercial capacity, coming down and trying to speak to people. And he asked me, he said, "Look, Tom, I want to come to an event where lots of juniors come. I've done a lot in netball and rugby. What's the big event to turn up to?" And I said, "Look, this is a no-brainer. It's the national schools." And he said, "So how many people come to the national schools? Is it well supported? Do all the clubs come?" And I had to explain to him, this is the event for juniors. For many, this is the peak, the thing that they train for all year, and a gold medal on these waters is what they aspire to.
Well, and to back that up with some evidence, this year we have 153 schools and rowing clubs rowing, with over 5,000 competitors aged between 14 and 18, which is just a phenomenal number of people in one area with one common goal, which is to win gold here at National Schools Regatta.
So you can just see on your screens now the first of the Junior 16 coxed fours making their way down the track. It looks like pretty much all of them are now underway. You can see the American school in London on your screens. Quite a long, relaxed stroke. You can see there they're reaching for the water. Cox looks like he's got a microphone in his hand.
He does, and also a stern-loaded coxed four is going to make it even heavier.
Either that or he's eating an ice cream. I imagine it's the microphone option.
I would have quite liked to be able to eat an ice cream as I went down the course. We didn't have any, no.
See Dulwich College in the foreground of your shot. Distinctive blue blades, flanked by the looks of things. Now, the only reason I'm guessing that this is St Michael's in the background is because their boat's called Dermot. Bit of a giveaway. King's School Chester on your screen. Moving down past the 1,500 metre mark.
I was thinking it's interesting with all these clubs how they order their boats, Tom. So obviously it's quite well known that GB Squad, their flagship boat is the 4 for the men, and then they fill the 8. But it's always interesting to see how clubs fill their boats. Which boats do they prioritise? Do they prioritise sculling? Do they prioritise rowing? It's an interesting combination.
I think it depends very much on size, geography, the intake of students that you have, and the infrastructure you've got in place. Because obviously to boat a competitive 8, you also need a competitive second 8.
Yes.
And at that level, you need 16 pretty good athletes. At the club that I used to row at, we had perhaps 7 or 8 very good athletes. So for us, it was a case of boating quads. There was never really the option to do an 8.
You always need people wanting to get your seat to make a boat faster.
Absolutely. I think when it comes to 8s and 4s, the split between that, I would imagine at junior level, the 8 is pretty much always the stacked event.
Apart from in quads, I would say going into Henley Royal, the quads are very, very competitive for some schools.
Well, of course, there's no junior 4 event at Henley Royal, so I suppose if you've been rowing in the 4 all year, it makes sense to switch over to a 4-man boat with 2 blades. We can just see here the first crew from the junior 16 coxed 4s coming down towards the line. I think that's all. Bit of a near shipwreck there, but I think it's King's Chester coming up towards the line. American School in London. Second crew to cross the finish line.
Really going for quite a sprint there at the finish.
Looks like Norwich School as well in the pack. With Reading Blue Coat. Some distance actually ahead of their provisional times of their opponents. Recording a 6:31 down the track. Fastest of the 4 so far.
By quite a significant margin as well.
Should stress again that all these results
are unofficial.
Are provisional, so we don't want to raise expectations unnecessarily. This is, I think, St Michael's. Just approaching the finish, winding it up. Pretty cohesive unit, actually, that one.
And you have to be in this boat. You've got to be as efficient as possible in a coxed 4 to make it run in any way sort of smoothly.
Yeah, I think that boat stood the test of my commentator's curse. That St Michael's crew finishing provisionally second in the time trial. Could just see Dulwich coming across the line, followed by Kingston Grammar School, with Latimer in close contention as well.
Only 3 more left on the course, as Latimer just crossed the finish.
Great Marlow School on your screens. In fact, now we've got some 8s on your screens. The Junior 16 coxed 4 time trial still underway, but coming towards its conclusion, and so we begin with race 2:05, the time trial for the Junior 15 second 8 Abingdon School on your screen at the moment, and they'll be followed by the Royal Shrewsbury School and Eton College B.
I think it's important that despite these being second 8s, Tom, they are no less competitive than the first 8s, are they?
But you can see the impressive depth that this event actually has. I think we've got, I'm not going to try and count because my maths is terrible, but it's well over 15 entries quite comfortably. So to have that many second 8s, it just shows the sort of strength and depth and quality that junior rowing has amassed.
Well, and I can see 2 boats from so many of the schools: Eton, St Paul's, Hampton, Radley. Multiple clubs with multiple second 8s.
Yeah, St Paul's have got 3 in this event, and I imagine 1 in the Junior 15 Champ event as well. So to boat 4 8s at Junior 15 level, I suppose from that point on, I think the training program tends to increase in intensity between 15 and 16, so you have a bit of an attrition rate, but I suppose to have that sort of that level of commitment at 15 level pays tribute to the quality of the coaching and the quality of the program that Bobby Thatcher and his staff have put in place there.
And also the culture that it's creating. I think that's one really important thing with rowing, is that people do not stay in it if they don't enjoy it. and the culture that needs to be created for people to continue training and spend that amount of time with other people. I'm sure we both know of times where you're thinking, I'm not sure whether I want to see this person again, but the culture that you create is phenomenal. And it's important to remember all these athletes are doing it voluntarily. This is not part of their curriculum. This is not a compulsory aspect of their schooling. It is something that they choose to do and fit around their studies.
I have to be honest, Joe, I've never felt compelled to not spend time with people. I'm a sociable, friendly bloke all the time, I think. Silence is telling. Great Marlow School just making their way down the course, 1,250 metres around that gone. The provisional results for the Junior 16 coxed fours at the moment. Reading Bluecoat School out in front, a second ahead of Walton Twickenham in third, St Michael's of Ireland in fourth, Kingston Grammar School fifth, closely followed by Latimer in sixth, Kingston Rowing, King's School Chester, Norwich School and American School in London, and then Dulwich College at the moment bringing up the rear. But Great Marlow School yet to complete the course, so we'll wait for them to cross the line before giving you any sort of confirmed results. You can see there, I think that's St Paul's on your screen.
Which second 8 this is, we are not yet sure.
No, I think it might be St Paul's School C.
So I've just been asked to give a little bit more of the crib sheet from Tom about National Schools Regatta. So we have 24 hours of live streaming coverage over the 3 days at National Schools Regatta. We have heard from this morning that there was over 4,000 viewers online yesterday, which, you know, there's a lot of people lining the banks here, but even more at home watching. And our athletes should be incredibly pleased to get that amount of support from home as well as here. Also, this event would not be possible without the volunteers. You see them as you come in, they're doing parking, they're telling people where to go, they're helping the athletes boat, they're helping them land. All sorts of jobs around here are being done by volunteers, and also all our umpires from British Rowing, which this event would not be possible without. So huge thanks to all the umpires and officials and volunteers helping today.
Yeah, I think rowing depends on the goodwill of volunteers to continue to sustain the sport. And absolutely no one here is paid, not even me, to compel you with my dulcet tones. But I do enjoy watching a bit of rowing on a Saturday morning.
I'm sure they could if they would if they could.
I don't think they would. But Great Marlow School crossing the line here, just completing the set for the Junior 16 coxed fours. And so, as I say, we move to Junior 15 eights, and quite a lot of crews on the track now. You can see St Paul's on your screen. Hampton were on a little earlier. Radley on their way down the course as well. Of course, it is difficult for us to differentiate between clubs who, as you say, Joe, have multiple crews entered. But what I can tell you is that Abingdon School Boat Club A are now approaching the line as the first Junior 15 second 8 to complete the time trial.
One of so many boat clubs that seem to be boating in pink, which doesn't help us up here in the commentary tower when we just see a pink blade coming past.
Well, it tends to be that pink crews go fast. Abingdon, Westminster and Leander, of course, three of the forefront runners.
Is that scientifically proven?
It is not. I don't have any sort of research to back me up on that, but more extensive research conducted that I've done. You can see Eton and what looks like Royal Shrewsbury side by side as they cross the line.
Always a fun bit side by side in a time trial. It really does encourage you to push, and it does look like Eton is just rowing through them.
Yeah, two crews who know each other very well, I'm sure.
Again, although they get to national schools regatta and competing against each other, this would have been a very familiar setting for most of these crews, wouldn't they? Match racing between each other, and other events, as we've mentioned earlier today, Wallingford and Schools Head.
Yeah, absolutely, they'll know each other well. And of course the Basher event, which is a closed doors, invite-only regatta held at Dorney Lake between some of the biggest rowing schools in the country, so I've had plenty of experience racing on this lake against each other. So I think the national schools is where it all leads to, but plenty of rehearsal to go through before that. Norwich School coming up now, looking pretty chipper actually, quite lively.
And if the cox can add speed to a boat, we can definitely say that the Norwich School cox is, because we could hear him from the commentary tower through the closed windows.
Well, there we go. Looks like my eye's not as bad as I think it is. Norwich School provisionally 8 seconds ahead of the chasing pack in their time trial results at the moment.
Which isn't surprising given the quality of the crew as they came past, really looking like they were still being able to pick it up and move it very easily as they came past.
Yeah, very sharp. You can see what looks like King's College School. Of course, probably or arguably the favourite in the Junior 15 Champ category, so no surprise to see them boating a second day as well. In fact, this is their King's College School B boat, so there will also be, I imagine, a King's College A boat.
Who has just started actually.
King's Chester coming across the line. So at the moment it is Norwich School out in front in the provisional time trial results. Eton in second, closely followed by Abingdon and Hampton. What looks like 0.1 of a second, no, 0.01 of a second separating Abingdon and Hampton on the time trial. King's Chester in fifth at the moment, and then Royal Shrewsbury and King's College B in sixth and seventh. My Dulwich coming up towards the line. St Paul's in close tow as well. Be able to tell you in a minute which St Paul's crew that was.
There are many to choose from. St Paul's B.
St Paul's B, who actually storm into the lead in our provisional standings.
By 4 seconds, but again, provisional results there. Following each of these crews as well is their coaches on bikes by the side of this, and we would like to remind coaches, please look where you're cycling when you are coming up alongside the river. Despite it being amusing for us to see collisions, we don't want anyone to get hurt.
And equally, we're going to be racing up and down the course in cars later.
Not actually racing, driving up alongside the races is
no
what Tom
faster than
meant.
8 miles an hour, but do please be considerate of people around you. I'm sure you always are, and we'll try our best to make sure that we don't hit you with our cars. Radley coming up now towards the line, followed by Hampton.
It's looking like we've got some first dates boating as well, Thomas. We're coming past Abingdon just rowing up. Fours.
So just some provisional results to give you for race 205, the time trial of the Junior 15 second 8. At the moment it's St Paul's School B out in front, Norwich School in second, King's College A in third, Radley A, Eton B and Bedford School A completing the top 6. Abingdon School A in 7th, Hampton School, St George's College and then King's School Chester in 10th. As I speak, it looks like there has been a change in the rankings, but don't ask me to try and track where that's come. We'll give you a full set of results, of course, or provisional results once this time trial is complete. Just 4 more crews to finish up in the form of Radley B, Latimer A, Bedford School B and Latimer B. And just as I look up, I can see one of the Latimer crews crossing the line.
So Dom, how does the event compare to when it was at Nottingham? Moved a few years ago now. Now hosted by Dorney, the site of 2012 Olympic Games.
I suppose it depends on your perspective. For a northern club, I imagine it's
frustrating.
Bit more difficult to get down here. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the facilities at Eton Dorney are phenomenal, and obviously the committee have made the necessary structural changes to the regatta to make sure that Dorney can accommodate. Oh, looks like a bit of a problem here in the Radley boat just coming up towards the line. You can see on your screens Latimer crossing the line, but Radley experiencing some cohesion issues, let's say. I think they're trying to cross the line. Of course, you can't see these pictures on your screens, but Radley, here we go. They've just picked it up and they're coming up towards the finish line, thus completing the time trial for the Junior 15 second 8s. Race 205. Not quite sure what happened there with Radley, but they're safe and sound across the line now. You can just see there George Hammond, chairman of the regatta, unwittingly on your screens. It's quite a nice shot, actually. George with his empire behind him. So his great credit must go to George and his committee for building the National Schools Regatta into what, you know, from Desmond.
What it is today.
Yeah, absolutely. From Desmond Hill's original iteration to the substantial event that it is now.
And we can't stress enough quite how much work goes into this regatta every single year by, as we mentioned earlier, complete volunteers. It is quite a feat to put on an event with 5,000 competitors, rowing coaches, schools from across the water, from home in the UK. A phenomenal feat to put it on. I don't know about you, Tom, but you try and arrange a match race with 2 boats, and that seems like it's, you know, a feat that can only be won by some sort of military operation, never mind one with 153 clubs involved.
So theoretically next on the course should be the time trial for the non-championship girls coxed 4s, race 206, due off in approximately 8 minutes time. The progression is quite simple. The 12 fastest crews will go through to the A-B semi-finals. So lots to play for. To give you a quick lowdown on who you'll be seeing on your screens very shortly. Surbiton High School theoretically will lead you out as Crew 98, Walton Rowing Club, Shiplake College, Pangbourne College, Durham School and George Heriot's, Kingston Rowing Club Crew 104, St George's College, St Paul's Girls School Boat Club, Bedford Girls School Rowing Club, Weybridge Rowing Club, Crew 108. Godolphin School, Crew 109. Stratford upon Avon, Lady Eleanor Holly, Sir William Perkins, and Monmouth School for Girls, Crew 113. And the final three crews, Royal Shrewsbury, Sir William Borlase, and Emmanuel School, completing the set.
Now remember those and say it off by heart.
It won't happen, unfortunately. I can give you a bit of form though for some of these crews. So Kingston, who have experienced what I can only describe as a remarkable ascent to the summit of junior rowing in the last couple of years. Certainly their women's squad has just gone from strength to strength. They had a particularly dominant, and forgive me for getting this wrong if I do, but either junior 16 or junior 15 coxed 4, which swept all before them last year. And I know those girls have returned this year to try and seek greater challenges in the senior categories. But Kingston are a crew that have been brought to my attention in this particular race as well. As I read, actually, they were J16 winners last year, and sort of have had a successful streak so far this year. Including wrapping up the fours category at the Fours Head, and then also placing first in junior fours at Wallingford. So absolutely a crew to watch out for. Godolphin and Latimer. Another crew who are sort of particularly strong, came third at the national schools last year, sixth in junior challenge fours at the Fours Head, and a mid-table finish at the Hammersmith Head as well. The most recent competition that they entered was Wallingford Regatta in the women's challenge fours, so not actually a junior event. They chose to pit their wits against sort of more senior women, the likes of perhaps Thames and Lee, and served them well because they managed to come in third, which is a pretty good performance for a schoolgirl crew in an adult event.
Showing just how competitive girls rowing is getting as well, to be able to compete against women who without doubt should be stronger and faster than they are.
So for the final time, we'll give you the unofficial, I must stress, unofficial results for the Junior 15 second eights. So as it goes, Crew 87 St Paul's School B were provisional winners at the time trial in 6:13. Norwich School in second, King's College A in third, Radley College Windsor Boys and Eton College B making up the top six. So to remind you the progression here, the 12 fastest will progress through to the AB semi-finals. After Eton, Bedford came 7th, Bedford School A, Abingdon School A in 8th, Hampton School A in 9th, Latimer Upper A in 10th, St George's College A in 11th, and completing the top 12, King's School Chester A. Crew 83, Dulwich College were 13th, Eton A 14th, Royal Shrewsbury B 15th, St Paul's School C 16th, Bedford School B, Latimer Upper B, Hampton B and Radley B completing the top 20, and King's School College B, the final crew, in 21st position.
Just having official results through from race 204, so that's the J16 coxed 4 time trial. So in first place was Reading Bluecoat School. Their A boat with 6:31.88, followed by Walton Rowing Club A with 6:32.74. Twickenham Rowing Club in third, St Michael's Rowing Club, Limerick in fourth, Kingston Grammar School and Latimer Upper School completing the top 6. Sun's starting to come out now, which is lovely to see because there's nothing worse than a rainy, miserable Dorney Lake, and a fantastic day of racing ahead of us.
So to give you a bit of an idea of what you've got to look forward to as racing goes on this morning, plenty more time trials right up until about 12:30. Time trials, of course, culminating with the Championship 8 category. Junior 16/8s, the Desmond Hill Cup to come at 10:05. Junior 16 Girls 8s preceding that at 9:50, race 2:09. Championship Quads, huge time trial at 10:25.
Wow, how many entries have we got in that, Tom?
That's an excellent question, one I don't have the immediate answer to, but it does fill up 2 pages of my crib sheet.
What's 209 take away 172, which is the numbers of these boats?
My maths isn't that strong straight off the bat. What I can tell you is it's 12 fastest through to the semi-finals, AB. Why don't you work that one out, Joe? Championship Girls Doubles, there we go.
37 in the Champ Quads.
37 Champ Quads, which is, and continuing, we've also got a second Quads event. It's pretty impressive. Championship Girls Doubles to come at 10:50, the Beryl Crockford Bowl, followed by second 8s for the Elsenham Cup, 11:05. Non-championship coxed 4s at 11:20. Championship Girls 8s, the premier event for girls rowing at 11:30, race 2:16. Henley looking to retain their title, but I'm sure the likes of Latimer, Headington and Lady Eleanor Hollies will have something to say about that. Championship Girls Singles, 2:17 at 11:50, and then that will be followed by championship and non-championship 8s at 12:05. Of course, Shiplake were winners at the Schools Head of the River in March, with Eton and St Paul's in close attendance.
And I think particularly with that one, Tom, no one can underestimate how good of racers they are. There is nothing quite like racing a schoolboy crew, I don't think, or a schoolgirl crew actually. They are born racers.
Absolutely, yeah, thoroughbreds. You just see here on your screens the first of the non-championship girls coxed 4s beginning to make their way down the course. My understanding is that Surbiton A, Walton A, George Heriot, Kingston and St George's College Boat Club are all underway. Actually, Durham School have also just got started too. So, from the form guide that I've got in front of me, keep your eyes on Kingston Rowing Club, keep your eyes on Godolphin and Latimer. St Paul's Girls' School also look to be a promising crew in this event, alongside Stratford upon Avon, a name we don't often hear that or don't often say in the junior rowing circuit, but looking forward to seeing them show their mettle in the time trial. Just see on your screen, Surbiton making their way down the course, screw 98. A little bit of time before they reach us here at the finish.
Looking very composed though. It's always a tricky one how to pace the time trial, but they're looking like they're just easing into it. Really picking up speed now, though.
You see there's St Paul's girls score on your screen.
St Paul's girls school obviously boating out of Tideway Scullers.
I didn't know that. I did not know that. They don't show a boathouse with the boys?
Don't think so.
No. Well, your intel's better than mine.
Maybe that's incorrect, but I...
No, you're almost certainly right, I'm sure. And then that looks like George Heriot's.
It is, and it got a bit breezy and chilly, so
Either George Heriot's or Monmouth School for Girls. The H on their blades is, I think, a little bit deceptive. That's definitely Shiplake. I can.
The colour's definitely Shiplake. A bow loaded 4 as well. It's always interesting to see the different rigs, don't you think, Tom? Bow rigged, bucket rigged, all sorts of things.
Not technical enough to understand what the differences are, but I'm sure someone who has rowed could explain that to me.
You're just used to 2 blades on each side.
Exactly. Yeah.
1 blade on each side, even.
We'd be silly to rig it in any other way than that. Of course.
Yes. Might have a few difficulties.
Yeah, I imagine so. Shiplake, though, another success story, certainly in the junior men's side of things. Headmaster Greg Davies, I was in a car with him yesterday, and he was really looking forward to racing today. Starting to see his charges
Obviously,
in the championship eights.
And Shiplake School really getting quite a lot of attention, given that Will Satch, who stroked the gold medal winning 8 in Rio Olympics, came from Shiplake.
He did indeed.
And
yes.
presented medals last year to, I believe, Shiplake themselves.
He did. I imagine he'll be flitting around potentially this weekend at some point.
It's fantastic to see the support. I think you never leave your club, really. You move on to another one, but you never leave your old one.
First crews crossing the line in the non-championship girls coxed 4s. Looks like Walton Rowing Club just coming across. Indeed it was, in 7:09 provisionally.
Followed by Surbiton.
Just waiting to see Surbiton's time appear. 7:26 for Surbiton. Kingston in 6:58 at the moment. Kingston at the top in the leading position of the 3 crews who have finished. If you are looking to visit the Regatta shop, which I know is arguably the most popular attraction at this event, I can see from my sort of view in the commentary tower that there is already a queue stretching out of the door and right round the corner. So if you are looking to purchase some of the Regatta's famous apparel, yeah, absolutely, go now, because I imagine either they'll sell out or the queue will become so monstrous that you don't fancy spending 3 hours of your Saturday afternoon waiting to buy a t-shirt. So absolutely, get yourselves down there, support the Regatta. It's the stuff that they produce is fantastic and timely. I still have my National Schools 09 or 10 black t-shirt that I bought. I don't wear it, but I still have it.
And fantastically placed as well, so you can see them cross the finish line whilst you're standing in the queue.
Yeah, I mean,
killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
No better way to spend a Saturday morning
than in a queue, watching rowing.
The watching rowing part, maybe not the queue. Although we are British, so I suppose it's part and parcel of our DNA.
Eating an ice cream.
Yeah, well, who knows. Yeah, just seeing Kingston Rowing Club at the moment with the best time in our provisional result, 6:58, some way ahead of Walton in second. Durham have also crossed the line. George Heriot's across. St George's and Surbiton have all completed
And with that lead, Kingston really showing the pedigree you were discussing earlier about how that programme that they have got really has taken the club from strength to strength in the last few years.
I'll be honest, Joe, seeing Kingston was no surprise.
Thankfully, the commentator's curse was not the case there.
I'm quite lucky so far. Godolphin and Latimer sliding into second place in our provisional standings. Crew 109 just crossing. Bedford Girls' School were also just finishing the course. I think that looks like Weybridge coming up towards the line. So whilst we watched the non-championship girls fours, coxed fours that is, make their way down the course, race 206, race 207 is underway, the junior 16 second 8 time trial. All crews, actually, I think, unfortunately, a crew did drop out this morning, I understand. So all of these crews will be progressing through to the A final. So this, Joe, will be interesting to see how they take on this time trial, because technically they've got nothing to race for.
Will they be competing for lanes?
For lanes, exactly. Well, I think if previous history is anything to go off, you'd be
silly not to.
Perhaps a bit silly to not take this seriously. And actually, it's a good exercise in stretching the legs, because you've only got one more race today. So I'd imagine if they're sensible, they'll take this seriously.
And also in relation to their training times, they will have a lot of recovery time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, their final will not be until later this afternoon.
So our prediction from up in the tower is that this will be a pretty competitive time trial.
Yeah,
between these second eights, but only time will tell.
Shiplake. Here's some raucous support on the banks for them, just crossing the line ahead of what looks like Pangbourne on the other side of the lake.
And I just saw Greg Davies, their head teacher, following them as they came over the line. He will be up in the tower commentating shortly.
You say so.
So handing over, it's about 9:30 this morning. We're in the midst of time trials, race 206 and 207 underway, but I'm handing over now. Joe and I going off to probably get a coffee. John, you're in the capable hands of John McConnell and Natalie mentioned Greg Davies.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Greg. And that's a strong-looking performance there from your girls in the Cox 4.
Yes, good morning, John. Morning, everybody. Big wave to the Shiplake tent, which is just opposite the commentary. There they go, waving away. Hello there. Very pleased with the girls. We've got just had to put Emily in at the last moment. Someone was ill this week. She did a terrific job, and the Cox had to change. So Toby did wonderfully well, having done the C octuple yesterday and jumping into the 4. So John, really pleased with that.
And on your screen now we have the time trials for the Eton Viking Trophy for J16 second eights. There are only 7 crews in this event, so they're essentially racing for lanes. But as the commentators who've just vacated these chairs have already mentioned, it will be sensible for them to take this seriously, because lanes can really matter when you've got a bit of windy conditions as we have today. Although it's fairly gentle up here at the commentary position at the finish line. So in this time trial, we've got Bedford Modern School, Eton College A, Radley College, Hampton School, Eton College B, Westminster A, and Abingdon School.
It's Bedford there, just coming across, followed by.
And on the screens now, we've got that's Bedford just crossing the line, and then we've got Eton B. So times we've got so far: Bedford 6:25.
That's Radley just finished.
Eton College A in 6:20, so 5 seconds faster than the Bedford crew. Radley just coming to the finish line. Let's see what their time is. And their second fastest so far, 6:21, or 6:21.67, it's almost 6:22. Crews don't look as if they were holding back in that time trial. There's some tired-looking schoolboys in those 8s. And then we've got Hampton now approaching the finishing line.
And followed by Eton College B.
Followed by Eton College B. Hampton looking nice and smooth and composed. Very bright yellow lycra in these, the sunshine which has just broken through in the last half hour or so. Plenty of encouragement from the cocks. And indeed, Hampton have convincingly taken the fastest time so far, which is 6:12, so 8 seconds quicker than the next fastest crew, Eton College A.
Westminster coming next. Hotly followed by Abingdon.
And now passing the 1750 metre mark, we've got Westminster coming towards us at the finish line. Sorry, who's that from?
Westminster.
No.
Abingdon.
And they are followed by Abingdon School. That's Westminster closing on the finishing line and over now. Right, so slight change in positions here. So the Eton College B crew have done a storming time of 6:03. So that's what's that? 8.5 seconds faster than the Hampton School crew. So that's all the crews finished now. So I'll just read you out the relative times. So fastest crew, Eton College B, 6:03. Second fastest, Abingdon School A, 6:05. And then we have Hampton School in third fastest, 6:12.22. Westminster School A just behind them in 6:12.66. Eton A in 6:20. Radley College in 6:21 and Bedford School in 6:25. So they will now choose their lanes for the straight final, which is race 2:55 at 6:41. You are a fount of wisdom. So just started is the time trials for the J16 Girls Cox 4. This is the championship event. We've got, let's see, about 14 crews in this event. St Edward's School, Kingston, Monmouth School, Maidstone, Invicta, St Paul's, Lee, Lady Eleanor Hollidays, Enniskillen from Ireland, Monkton Combe, Molesey, Tideway Scullers A, Bedford School, Evesham, Putney High, Godolphin, Barn Elms and Sacred Heart High School. So this promises to be an extremely competitive time trial, with the fastest 12 crews advancing to semi-finals A and B.
Just a few messages whilst we're waiting for the Girls J16 Championship Cox 4s to come down. Just to remind you that you are attending the premier competition for junior rowers, National Schools Regatta. It's grown in size and scale. A little bit later on you won't be able to walk along the concrete path there because it'll be so busy. More junior athletes than ever will be here this weekend. We've got 5,000 junior athletes visiting Dorney this weekend, and there should be thousands of you spectators to cheer them on. There's 153 schools and rowing clubs from around the UK, all backed up by hundreds of volunteers. So everybody who's had anything to do with putting this wonderful competition on is a volunteer. And we've mentioned them before, but this whole event wouldn't happen without the officials, the umpires, and all rowers, as we know, are unfailingly polite to them. They deserve our respect, and it's just the coaches that sometimes get it a little bit wrong. But a big shout out really to the officials for all that they've done. And actually, whilst we're doing that, a thank you to all you mums and dads, grandmothers, granddads, friends who act as taxi drivers, because not every club or school has a river or a lake just at the bottom of the club or school, and we do know that you guys have to taxi your sons and daughters around all the time. Anybody involved in rowing really appreciate that and appreciate the time and indeed the money that you give up. So thank you from all of us to all of you.
And on the course now we can see St Edward's School A crew on our screens, and also started is Monmouth and Maidstone Invicta, followed by St Paul's School and the Lee. Enniskillen are on the course, as are Monkton Combe and Molesey. And that's St Edward's, who are currently at the head of the field. The position shouldn't really change in these time trials because there's plenty of gap between the crews. Still fairly early stages in this time trial. The crew's not yet approaching the halfway mark. Give them a big cheer as they come past. They need their encouragement. These times really matter for who gets into the who gets into the finals, who gets to choose lanes. And that's Monkton's Combe we can see on screen now, and they're just passing the halfway mark. And there's St Edward's School, who are were the first to go off. Looking composed, looking calm, passing the 1500 metre mark. Nice steady rating. They'll probably be thinking about putting in a push for the line from about here, getting some encouragement from their cox, sitting down there, hunkered down in the bow seat. And we can just see the crews coming into sight now from the commentary position by the finish line. So they've just got the last quarter of this course to complete before they get their times and they know their fate in the semi-finals. Crews having to deal with a fairly fresh tailwind, but that shouldn't be upsetting their technique. By now these are going to be fairly experienced athletes. So at the head of the field in this time trial for girls J16 cox 4s, St Edward's School now coming up towards the finishing line, still looking strong and powerful, just putting in those last few big strokes, trying to eke out every few centimetres in order to get themselves the best possible time. And they are followed at a fairly rapid pace by Monmouth School. They've definitely taken the rating up. And then we've got on the spectator side, you can see Lee Rowing Club in their characteristic orange strip, and then Maidstone and Victor, who are giving them quite a race. And then behind that, the crew from Ireland, which is Inniskillen. I think Maidstone and Victor might have actually just about to take the lead on the line. Having said that passing seldom happens, there is a pass. And here comes Enniskillen over the line. And then we've got quite a gap in the field because obviously those crews closed up before it's Monks and Coombe coming into our sight next. And then over on the far side, on the spectator side, we have Molesey Boat Club.
That's correct, yeah, it was.
And they appear to be, yes, and they are, Molesey are hotly pursued by Tideway Scullers, who have one of the centre lanes for this time trial. There's some very long, powerful strokes coming in there from Molesey. And on our screens we can see Monks and Coombe just crossing the line, looking fairly pleased with their efforts. Molesey just coming up to the line now, followed by Tideway Scullers.
St Paul's girls.
And the next crew coming towards the finish line is St Paul's Girls. And behind St Paul's there's a little cluster of crews just coming into our sight. We've got Godolphin and Latimer. Godolphin and Latimer nearest to the commentary side of the course, and Bedford girls on the spectator side. So it looks like Bedford girls have closed up some distance on Godolphin and Latimer.
Where's the green one? 3-6. Evesham.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, that's Evesham, followed by...
Coming toward us now in their green one pieces is Evesham Rowing Club, and then
That's Evesham, that's Barn.
I'm sorry, let me correct that. That's Barn Elms in their green kit. I should know that because they boat from the boathouse almost next to Thames, and I see them on the water frequently. So apologies to Barn Elms for getting that wrong, but there's nothing wrong with their rowing, which looks nice and strong and powerful, maintaining a very high rating as they come over the finish line just now.
Lady Eleanor Hollis
And then they are pursued by Lady Eleanor Hollies,
and Sacred Heart.
and who have been caught somewhat by Sacred Heart, who unusually in this race have a cox sitting in the stern of the boat rather than a bow loader. And then Putney High School are close behind them, obviously boating from the very same stretch of water as Barn Elms, so they will know each other quite well.
Last is Kingston.
And then last, but very far from least, we've got Kingston Rowing Club, who've already been putting in a sterling performance in their regatta, and you will have heard from our predecessors in these commentary chairs just how strong that Kingston Junior programme has been. So Greg, what do you make of the form in that race?
Well, it's one of the hardest races, isn't it? Because not only have you got to row 1900 metres of a time trial, but you've got to take a cox with you, and that's tough. So all these athletes have done really well just to look so good coming down the course. We said yesterday that the standard of sculling has increased over the last 10 years immeasurably, but the standard of rowing has as well. And these girls have been rowing just for 2 years and showing a lot of poise, a lot of skill, and certainly a great deal of power. So one of the more difficult boats to row is the Cox 4, so well done all of those athletes. And now we're moving to the next race, which is the time trial for the Junior 16 eights and the Junior 16 second eights being run together. There are just two Junior second girls second eights from Surbiton and King's Chester, and in the main competition itself we've got Sir William Perkins School, Surbiton High School A, Marlow Rowing Club, St Paul's Girls, Headington School, Great Marlow, Wimbledon High School, Henley, King's Chester and Bedford. So you'll be seeing some quite quick crews going past, so come out of the tea tents, stop having your bacon butties, because if you don't watch now, they will be gone in a flash. So we've got a number of London girls' schools in this event. Surbiton, Wimbledon, St Paul's, Sir William's Perkins, all of them are really pushing on in terms of their boat clubs, and it helps of course that they are not just in competition with all of the crews and clubs around the country, but particularly their next door neighbours. So we'll see how much it means to those London schools as they come down. But all of them of course will need to keep their eye on Headington, who will undoubtedly have a good boat, as will Henley Rowing Club. And Great Marlow under Fergus, that great coach, they've in the last 10 years they've had a huge resurgence. Of course, Great Marlow School is where the great Sir Steve Redgrave went, and I know that he is absolutely thrilled that the school is doing so well with their boat club. So we can expect a fast time from Great Marlow too. So with this, it's 6 fastest that go through to the A final, and the others will go through to the B final. So there will be no holding back from these girls as they come down. And if you look to the, most of you, if you look to the right, you will see them at about the 1500 marker, beautifully rowing. We have this argument with my colleague Charlie Wigan, who loves sculling and I love rowing, but if you just look down the course, fabulous power and poise and almost perfection, if I'm allowed that alliteration.
Well, I certainly appreciate the shout out there for Great Marlow, because that's where I learnt my rowing in a very, very different era. And it's, as you say, it is fantastic to see a state school back on the river after a period when they really didn't, when the programme fell down and they really didn't appear at all. But up here at the head of the race and going absolutely fantastically.
We've got Surbiton.
Yeah.
And they are going to be hotly followed by Sir William Perkins, and I would suggest the familiar colours of Marlow Rowing Club. And Marlow had a super final 500 there, and look at their boat speed. They've really got the boat speed up and will cross the line almost at maximum velocity. On the far side again, familiar colours to anyone who knows rowing, that is Headington School, and that's their A team. They will be coxed down by Z Hong, and Katie Jeans will be stroking that and has done a great job. We've got a bit of a gap now until the next couple of boats. Wimbledon. So a bit of a race as you look out between Wimbledon and Great Marlow, and it's Wimbledon who I think have just caught Great Marlow up, and as they come into the final 50, it is they that have the greater boat speed. But that will have helped both of them, of course, because Great Marlow would have wanted to have held Wimbledon off for the longest possible time, and the cox of Wimbledon will have been yelling at her athletes that were nearly passing a crew, so that would have helped both of them.
And they're followed, I think, by St Paul's, is that, over on the spectator side?
Henley.
I take that back, sorry, that's Henley Rowing Club. They both row in black and white, so they can be a bit deceptive when you can't, when you're a little bit too far away to see the boat numbers. But that's Henley powering through. They're almost closing. They're closing on the line. Should be crossing it just about now.
So if any of you have got your smartphones open, or if you have one of those clever iPad gadgets with a SIM card, you can go to the live results and you can see what we're seeing. Of course, they are unofficial, and there'll be a little orange tab just there that says unofficial, and that turns green when the chief umpire allows it to. And if we were to look at this race, we see that Henley, really, as we thought, powered down. They are unofficially up there and look as though they will make the A final quite comfortably, as will Headington and Marlow. Surbiton also have done well, and Wimbledon following them.
And now we can see St Paul's, who are just crossing the line now. And they are followed by the 8 from Bedford Girls' School, sorry. Getting some very, very vocal encouragement from their cox as they cross the line now.
So John, I think we can look forward to another outstanding final, because Henley and Headington, who will be head-to-head for many of the races that we'll see today. It looks as though they are separated by just, under a full second in that time trial. So both of those are going to be hugely competitive.
Indeed.
And if these times are correct, of course, they are just a wee bit ahead of the others. So if you've got a pen, a highlighter or something, just put a notch in your programme for that final, because that is going to be an absolute stormer of a final.
And that final is race 259, which is at 5 minutes past 5 this afternoon.
So the champagne and prosecco will have been finished, and you'll be looking for a cup of tea by that stage. What better than to bring your cup of tea out and watch that final?
And now coming down to the line, maybe not looking quite so powerful as some of the previous crews, but very, very neat indeed. We've got another crew from St Paul's School, and they are, Surbiton, I take that back, Surbiton, and they are then followed by the St Paul's School crew. So it's and then finally, the last crew we're expecting over the line, who are in sight now, is the King's School Chester Rowing Club. And that's the St Paul's School crew have just finished, just leaving King's School Chester on the course. The last 100 or so metres to go for King's School Chester. I'm sure these girls will be tired, but they've got plenty of time to recover before the A and B finals this afternoon. King's School Chester just finishing there. So perhaps we've got a little gap. I can give you some unofficial times for the previous time trial. Yeah. Right. Actually, better idea indeed to give you some official times for race 205, which was the J15 second eights. So let me give you the the top 12 or so there. So fastest was St Paul's School B, then Norwich School, King's College School, Radley College were in 4th, Windsor Boys A 5th, Eton College B 6th, and then 7th Bedford School A, 8th Abingdon School A, 9th Hampton School A, 10th Latimer School A, 11th St George's College A, and the final crew in the semi-finals will be King's School Chester A.
It's worth noting that even though we've given you those in positions, when we get to the semi-final, when we get to side-by-side racing, those time trial results really mean absolutely nothing, because once you are next to another crew, anything can happen. So all of those 12 crews are without a doubt competitive and will be racing to get a place in the final.
Yes, indeed. I mean, there's some fairly close times in that J15 second eights. I mean, we've got the fastest crew is 6:13, but then there's a 6:17, and there's a whole bunch around the 6:22 to 6:28 time. So maybe St Paul's School B are looking like favourites for a gold in that event. But after that, then it's pretty much all up in the air with the remaining crews who to see who goes through from the semi-finals to the finals. Now, next on course, we're expecting the time trials for the Desmond Hill Cup, which is for J16 first eights, J16 boys first eights, and we have got 15 crews in this, so this is promising to be extremely competitive indeed. So let me just give you a lineups. Westminster School A, Monmouth School A, Shiplake College, who I'm sure Greg will show absolutely no bias towards while he's commentating. Abingdon School A, Eton A, Monkton Combe A, Winchester College A, St Paul's School A, Royal Shrewsbury A, and then Coleraine from Northern Ireland A, Radley College, Norwich School, Hampton School, St George's College A, Dulwich College, King's College School A, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, and Bedford School A make up the crews competing in the time trial for the Desmond Hill Cup, which is J16 8s.
So if you look down that list, John, you'll see second from bottom is the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Now, it's quite a long way to Aberdeen from Dorney, so let me tell you, they won't have come down here unless they had a pretty stonking crew. So keep an eye open, please, for 170 Aberdeen Schools Rowing. They will be one of the faster crews. Other crews to look out for, I would suggest, are Eton and Westminster. St Paul's won't be too far behind, and St Edward's have had an excellent regatta season so far. And of course, everyone's favourite really, Shiplake College, they will be in amongst it as well.
And already on the course, just started, Westminster School crew, the Monmouth School crew, and the Shiplake College crew, and so they will be in their starting sprint, getting to about the 250 metre mark, and they're going to be followed by Abingdon School, Eton College, and then Monkton Combe. And we can see Shiplake on our screens now. I'm going to let Greg commentate on the coverage of the Shiplake crew.
Well, we've been working hard on their blade work this year, and you'll see it's pretty crisp. And the catches are going in really firmly. They've got a good rate for there. They're just settling into their race speed. We've got a number of coxes in that boat who refuse to be coxes and want to row. At bow there's Toby Coles, and at 3 Kesha, both of whom would leap into cox's position with other schools, but they don't want to do that. There's Ben Acton at 4.
And so who's the actual cox, and how did they get selected for that position?
Well, he's the bossiest boy in that year group, and not necessarily the lightest, and I would say that his chat is better than his steering.
Well, his parents will appreciate that assessment from the headmaster, I'm sure. But it's all matters. All that really matters is what sort of boat speed he squeezes out from the crew.
Well, he quite likes these types of races because it's straight. He really doesn't like bends. But sorry about that, Lonnie. I'm sure you're doing a great job entertaining and encouraging the crew in front of you. But the first crew down that you'll see will be Westminster. And have a look at their form. They are pretty good. They were second at the school's head. So they've already got some pedigree for this year. So this will be one of the most competitive races that you'll see in the semi-finals and the finals this afternoon. So just come out and have a little look to see if you can spot who the eventual winners might be.
And that's Westminster School already through the halfway point in a time to that point of a 2:40, and Monmouth School have just gone through as well, and they are at the moment they are 9 seconds behind Westminster to the 900 metre mark. Now also have started in this race St Edward's School are on the course, as are the Monkton School A crew, the Winchester College Boat Club crew are on the course, as are Royal Shrewsbury and Coleraine Grammar School have just started as well from that beautiful stretch of water in Northern Ireland, which if you've never got a chance to visit and get on the water there, then you should give yourself that opportunity, because it really is a lovely place to row.
So Westminster coxed by Tobias Bernard are pushing themselves. They, as John said, they were fastest to 900 metres of the 4 schools that have got times. So they're really pushing down. And most schools will not do anything other than push as hard as they can in these time trials. The wind is playing up a little bit. It's a strong tail at the moment, but that could swing round. It could become cross tail, which would mean that lane selection will be very important. So they will be wanting to get the best times, and Westminster certainly, even from our position in the commentary box here, they are looking very good indeed, and I would suggest that they've probably taken a length or two out of Monmouth, who are following them, and that is it's Willem de Mol. What a name, Willem! I need the chief commentator here for Willem de Mol van Otterloo, who is stroking the Westminster boat. He's followed by Casper Griffin, who will be setting the rate for the bow siders. And crossing the line first for them will be William Chen. But just come and have a look at Westminster. They are looking very strong indeed. Just look how the distance between them and the next crew.
Indeed, so Westminster now in sight, bearing down on the finishing line, and they have pulled out quite some distance over the crew from Monmouth School, and it looks like Shiplake are in the process of passing the Monmouth School crew as well, and just started also on the course, because this some crews are only just getting off the line, are Radley College and Norwich School, so they are on the course now, with Westminster just crossing the finishing line there. And Westminster's provisional time over the finishing line was 5:46.98, so almost 5:47.
So we've got a race here with my beloved Shiplake, but it would have helped them. They're really putting everything into it, see if they can cross the line just ahead of Monmouth. They're just about going to run out of water, but it was terrific for Shiplake to have had Monmouth there to have a little bit of a race against. So well done both crews. As you can see, it's taken its toll on both those crews, so they really put everything into that.
Yeah, and that's a good time there as well from Shiplake of 5:51, so they have made some quite time on the Monmouth crew, who crossed the line in 6:05. Now on the course now, just started, are Hampton School and St George's College Boat Club. Who's that? Is that you? St Edwards.
So closest to the spectators is Monkton Coombe School, and they're just being caught by Winchester, and Winchester again have had some super results over the past few years on perhaps one of the worst stretches of river to practice on.
And they are hotly pursued by St Edward's School, just crossing the line now.
So again, St Edward's, one of the favoured crews to get to the final here. Be interesting to see their times as they come up, and provisionally they look strong to get into the semi-final, as do Westminster and Shiplake.
So if you could just remind us here of the progression to the semi-final, Greg?
So the 12 fastest our crews in the time trial will go to the semi-final.
And then our next, I think, coming down towards the finish, that looks to me like, is that Royal Shrewsbury?
Yep, that's Royal Shrewsbury School.
I need to get that pronunciation correct.
Athol Hundermark is the director of rowing there. He's got some excellent coaches working with him. I think it might be Tom Fitton who is coaching that J16 crew, and they've, as you look at them, they've really pushed as hard as they possibly can, and provisionally they also now look very strong to make that semi-final. They seem to have pushed St Edward's down the list a little bit.
So all the remaining crews are now on the course, and that's Dulwich College, King's College Boat Club A, Aberdeen School, who Greg gave a little preview to earlier, and Bedford School. They should all now have started and will be coming towards you.
Yeah, so there's quite a few fast crews still to come, so getting into that semi-final, getting a good lane is not going to be easy. So this is the crew from Coleraine, really bashing it down the course.
That is an enthusiastic rating, isn't it? That's excellent.
And I would suggest strongly that Cox will need some honey and lemon administered pretty quickly.
And then slightly behind them, looking slightly more composed, is Eton. Yes, it's one of the Eton crews who are looking nice and strong and steady. They are paddling in a very, very composed fashion, just crossing the line now.
Yeah, you say paddling, John, and when they're looking that good, you know
they're going quickly.
The blade is going pretty quickly
Yeah.
through the water, and they look so good, but they are moving pretty
In
strongly
fact,
as
they
well.
look so good they've just crossed the line in the fastest time. So they've just beaten Westminster's time.
So this is Radley College. Radley having had a good day yesterday, winning the Junior Octuple Championships. They've really got their rowing program together, and they've got some very strong crews across the board. Look out for their second 8 as well as their first 8, so that they could be a force for the next 2 or 3 years. Radley posting a very good time also. And that's Norwich School Boat Club just crossed the line. And again, another school that has risen up the rankings. You'll see their name more and more in finals over the next 2 or 3 years.
Yes, that was a 6:05 for Norwich. So at the moment they have a semi-final spot, but we've still got quite a few crews to finish.
So that's St Paul's, John, that have just crossed. They will have posted a good time. Here's Hampton, who are never ever any slouches. This is going to be another final to look for. Well, never mind the final. The semi-finals are going to be pretty hard fought. So this is almost 6 kilometres of racing that the athletes will be doing if they row semi-final. That's quite a lot. So it's not just how fast they are in the first race, it's actually how fit and how their bodies can recover.
And is that St George's College coming into sight now, getting very close to the line? More vocal encouragement from the cocks in the last few strokes.
So I have to say, John, I'm really looking forward to Aberdeen coming down. We saw how smooth and powerful Eton were. Let's see if there's any contrast between them and Aberdeen.
As a former, in fact, still current member of Aberdeen Boat Club, then I like to see my former colleagues from up in the northeast of Scotland doing well. And I can still remember Steve Redgrave coming to open their schools, the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association boathouse, and the programme has gone from strength to strength since that happened about 15 or so years ago now.
So there's Dulwich College with about 30 metres to go.
Dulwich, who row out of Putney, of course. And they're just crossing the line now.
And in very, very colourful singlets, if I'm allowed to say that, or lycra, is King's College School.
That's certainly a new design.
Number
of kit.
169. So 170, that is Aberdeen. So just have a wee look. Boat speed looks good.
Let's see what
Really
they're
putting
finishing.
everything into the final 10 metres. Is that going to be enough? I would think it would be enough for a semi-final
That was
place.
certainly some very powerful last few strokes. So where have they climbed up to? Yep, they have finished in 5:55.61 provisionally, so that's secured them at the moment. That has secured them a semi-final place, and with only one crew still to finish, then that semi-final place for Aberdeen looks to be confirmed. And so we're just waiting for the final crew to approach the finishing line, and that's the Bedford School Boat Club A crew in their blue and white vertical stripy kit. Again, another fine-looking school crew, enjoying these tailwind conditions, lovely sunshine. Last few strokes, and then that's them crossing the line there. So next up in 5 minutes' time is the Championship Quadruple Sculls. And we'll give you the lineup shortly, but let's see if there's any times that we can give you.
So whilst John is looking for that, let me just remind you what the National Schools Regatta again is about. You may not know that NSR, National Schools Regatta, is a charity. It's a registered charity, and their mission statement is that they are committed to providing the best junior regatta experience for competitors, coaches and supporters. It is non-profit organisation. You might not think that when you handed out your money for the parking, but it is a non-profit organisation. And annual grants, and this is something that many people don't know, it's that the NSR as a charity are able to award grants to clubs and schools to promote junior rowing projects, and they also sponsor 4 places at the summer Eton College rowing courses. So that's what those of us involved in rowing we want to make it as inclusive a sport as is at all possible, and the National Schools Regatta Committee work really hard to ensure that funds are made available to those clubs and schools who are just starting out or who need perhaps new boats or second-hand boats. So please don't begrudge your entry fee to the car park, because most of it will be going back into the sport.
So can I give you now the some finishing times, or I'll give you the crews who've made the semi-finals now that we've got some official times. So race 206, which was non-championship girls coxed fours, the 12 crews who've got to make the semi-final in finishing order are Kingston Rowing Club, Godolphin and Latimer, Sir William Perkins School, Waltham Rowing Club, Dulwich School, Stratford upon Avon, Emmanuel School, George Heriot's, Pangbourne College, St Paul's School for girls, and Sir William Borlase, and finally Monmouth School for girls. And also we've got some finishing times for official finishing times for the time trial for race 207, which was Junior 16 second eights. And so there'll be 7 crews, the fastest of which was Eton College B, then Abingdon School A, Hampton School, Westminster School, Eton College A, Radley College and Bedford School. Also we have official times for the J16 girls Cox 4. This is the championship event. So fastest 12 there in finishing order were Enniskillen Royal Boat Club, St Edwards, Lee, Godolphin and Latimer, Monmouth, Putney High School, Maidstone Invicta, Tideway Scullers, Lady Eleanor Holidays, Kingston Rowing Club, Monkton Combe School and Molesey Boat Club. So they are the 12 crews that will be advancing to the semi-final of Junior 16 girls Cox 4s. And the last set of official times that we have was the Junior 16 girls 8s, first and second 8s. And let's see, what is the qualification? Yeah. So here we have the first 6 crews will go to Final A, and the second 6 crews will go to Final B. So Final A will be, and these are in finishing order, Henley Rowing Club, Headington School, Marlow Rowing Club, Surbiton High School, Wimbledon High School, Great Marlow School. So that's the 6-4 Final A. Final B will be Bedford Girls' School, sorry, need to get that right, St Paul's Girls' School, King's School Chester, Sir William Perkins School, another King's School Chester crew, and finally Surbiton High School. So that's the 6 crews in the B final for girls J16 8s.
So on the course at the moment we have the championship quads. They should be led off by George Watson's College from Edinburgh, followed by Windsor Boys and Thames. With these tail conditions, we should be looking out for some very fast times as well, but also quite tricky to scull when there's a strong tailwind as well, because the boat is moving so quickly it's difficult actually to get purchase on the water, if that doesn't sound too silly. But with the strong tailwind, the boat is moving quicker and the blade work actually has to be very, very sharp indeed.
And we can see on screen now that looks like a Windsor Boys School crew, and of course they have a very, very fine pedigree in junior quadruple sculls over the last couple of decades or so, Greg.
Oh, a wonderful boat club, and they're always there or thereabouts. If we look, they are always at the Henley Royal Regatta in the Forley Cup. They've won it a number of times, so they should be looking strong. So the ones perhaps to look out for here, you might look out for Lee Rowing Club, Walton, and another great local sculling school, Sir William Borlase, Star Club, and Warrington from the northwest. They're in some form this year as well. So just 5 clubs to look out for as they come down.
Yes, Warrington has a bit of a pedigree in junior sculling over the last few years as well, doesn't it?
Well, led by Lucy Glover, of course. I was thinking of another Glover, but Lucy Glover is doing wonderfully well. She was at Warrington and both in a quad and a single scull, now rowing, of course, for GB. So, yeah, Warrington have really got their act together, producing some great young junior athletes at the moment.
So, crews on the course at the moment in the Championship Quadruple Sculls for boys. George Watson, Windsor Boys, Thames have started, as have St Michael's Rowing Club from Limerick, Clarescourt, Yarm are on the course, as are Whitgift, Leander Club A, Walton Rowing Club and Westminster School A. But there are many more crews to follow them in this event. This is a extremely busy event, but it's only the first 12 who are going to qualify for semi-finals A and B.
So a very competitive event always here. 38 crews in this time trial. They're going to be whittled down to the 12 for the semi-finals, and then the A and B final just after 6 o'clock this evening.
And we can already see the first 2 crews to go off, which are George Watson's and Windsor Boys, have passed through the halfway mark already, and they are rapidly followed by St Michael's Rowing Club from Limerick. Don't know quite what's happened to Thames Rowing Club. They should have been third across the halfway mark there, but their time hasn't yet come up. So maybe they've had some sort of problem at the beginning of this time trial.
So if you're watching this on live streaming, you've just seen Yarm School, another great sculling school from the northeast of England.
That looks like Leander on our screens now. Of course, you can expect a extremely able crew. Leander isn't going to put out anything else but their best possible crew on the water, and that looks like an extremely strong and competent crew.
Very strong and competent, but I have to speak to the senior commentator about the hats. I would have thought that Leander would have been able to have got 4 similar hats rather than 4 completely different ones. I'll speak to Robert Johan Jones later about that.
That's not going to break the rules about having the same kit, is it?
Would do if I was umpire.
The thrashings will be handed out.
Being admonished quite severely in the commentator's box. So my apologies to Leander. You can wear whatever hat you like, of course.
Right, so the first crew is with us already and is crossing the finishing line, and that is George Watson's College, and they are followed in short order by Windsor Boys School. I don't know what's happened to the Thames crew. They have disappeared. They should have been third in the order, but they are not.
7, 5, 1, 6.
So I think we've got is that Clare's Court over on the spectator side?
Yeah, and St Michael's finishing strongly on this side. So Clare's Court, I think, may have been caught. So St Michael's, it'll be interesting to have a look at St Michael's time when that comes in.
So and then we've got quite a considerable gap before the next crews to come in sight.
So Clare's Court have clearly brought a good quad with them, a very fast time indeed, and they look strong to get through to the semi-finals.
Yes, indeed, the fastest time so far from Clare's Court, but we've only had 4 finishers, so it's very early days yet in deciding which 12 crews are going to go through to the 2 semi-finals.
And that is Yarm Sculling School just coming through the finish line. And Whitgift following on.
So after the first 6 finishers, Clare's Court still has the fastest unofficial time, 5:51, and they're followed by Whitgift in 6:06.
And the splendidly attired Leander Club are approaching the last 30 metres, sculling very, very well. I would be very surprised if they weren't one of the top times.
See what time pops up in a moment. Well, again, we must ask what's happened to Thames Rowing Club, because they have they should be in our across the line, but they are nowhere in sight at the moment. And that indeed was a fantastic time from Leander's, despite their non-matching hats. That was a 5:44 from Leander, so that puts them in first place at the moment. And then there's Walton crossing the line, who have overhauled the Thames quad.
So no need to be worried anymore, John. That is the Thames quad.
I'm allowed to be worried as a member for several decades.
182 far side. No, 182 this side, 181 far. So it's Westminster
Club, yeah,
on the spectator side, and Henley. Henley, we know, have got some strong scullers at the senior level at the moment. Again, I would be surprised if they're not in the semi-finals. And unofficially, of course, we've just seen that they are up there with Leander. So well done, Henley Rowing Club. That'll be some battle.
And that's Warrington just crossing the line. Yes, indeed, Greg. So the Henley time is almost identical to the Leander time. They unofficially just have an advantage of what's that, under half a second over Leander.
Just coming down, the M helps us out. It's M for Molesey. And they are followed by Wallingford. (186) is Bedford School Boat Club. Austin Roberts, Trent Abraham, Josh Lyon and Leonard Rosé.
And then we have a bit of a gap before crew 187, which is Northwich Rowing Club. And they're just passing the 1750 metre mark, so they've got their last 250 metres to go before they cross the finishing line. Little very competent looking junior quad in their green and yellow kit.
So we'd expect Walton to have done well. We still to see from Lee Rowing Club. Now Lee Rowing Club actually won the Junior Sculling Regatta a few weeks past, so we should expect a strong showing from them. They are 198, they're on the course, and that's Lee Rowing Club. And Walton, who have finished, they got the silver medal at the Junior Sculling Regatta.
And is that just passing us now? Is that Lancaster School? That's a new one to me.
188. Yeah.
And then Rob Roy, who's got some tall looking scullers in that crew. Rob Roy looking very strong, competent, just catching the blades ever so slightly at the finish. It is a little bit rough at the finish. The tailwind has got up in the last hour or so. And then they are followed by Tideway Scullers. And then after them, there should be another Scottish crew from Glasgow, Clydesdale Amateur, and then Neptune Rowing Club from Ireland.
Fulham.
It has indeed, yes. And let's not forget Fulham Reach, who have pulled through considerably. So that's Fulham Reach, just approaching the finish now on the spectator side.
That's Clydesdale.
And then they are followed by Clydesdale. And then I can see Neptune, whose colours are absolutely unmistakable. Neptune putting in a high rate finish to try and just squeeze out a few fractions of a second to get them into the top 12 crews for the semi-finals. And next, following the Neptune crew, in the last couple of hundred metres, we have got Emmanuel School. So currently, still the first three crews on unofficial time are Henley Rowing Club, Leander Club and Clare's Court, with Tideway Scullers, who have just finished in fourth position. And then that's Great Marlow. That's a Great Marlow quadruple scull. We can see coming up to the finishing line now. Very nice red boat matching their club's colours. And they all have matching visors, which Greg will be very pleased to see.
Delighted. So it should be. AB7.
And then on the spectator side, now approaching the finish, we have the quad from AB7. And then another Welsh crew from Monmouth Comprehensive. The trailer from Monmouth must have been very busy on Thursday afternoon. And then we can see the Lee bearing down on Monmouth.
So remember, Lee, winners of the Junior Sculling Regatta, so we should expect a fast time from them, but they'll have to go some to get up there with Henley and Leander, who sculled just magnificently, but they've given it absolutely everything, have Lee, so good luck to them.
Well, let's see what their time is. It should pop up in a moment. So yes, so Lee have the who've just finished have the fourth fastest time so far. So that's 5:53, and ahead of them still in finishing order are Henley, Leander, and Clare's Court.
Royal Grammar School Worcester.
And that's Royal Grammar School Worcester are now coming to the finishing line.
Chesterfield Street.
Is that St Peter's?
Chesterfield Street. No, it's not.
Oh, was it Chesterfield Street?
It's Chesterfield Street.
Ah, yes. The Royal Grammar School Worcester, followed by Chesterley Street.
Then you've got.
And then we've got St Peter's. So that's St Peter's Boat Club, who were in the last couple of hundred metres. And then over towards the spectator side of the course in red kit are the quad from Star Rowing Club in Bedford.
The Star Club fourth in the Junior Sculler Regatta. They don't quite seem to have the boat speed of Henley, Leander, Clare's Court and Lee, but that can of course be deceptive.
Maybe looking slow is going fast, as we discussed in the eights race previously.
2, 3, 2, 4. So it's Tyne and
York City. So we've now got Tyne and York City. So it looks like York City have caught up on Tyne and might just pass them as they come into the last 100 metres, and indeed have passed them as they approach the finishing line now.
And York City have produced some great quads over the last 4 or 5 years. So they will be hoping to get to the semi-final.
And is that Sir William Borlase I can see now coming towards the finishing line?
2, 6.
And that's Gloucester. Yes, Gloucester. And now in sight they are passing us in the commentary position at the finishing line. Let's just look at the unofficial finishing times so far. So the first 3 are still Henley Rowing Club, Leander and Clare's Court. And then 4th is Lee, 5th Tideway and 6th Walton.
Star.
Is it? And that's Hereford I can now see, who are coming up to the finishing line in their absolutely unmistakable horizontal stripy kit.
And just 2 crews out of the original 38 that started left to come across the finish line. That's Magdalen College School in Oxford and the Lees School Boat Club. So that'll be Magdalen just approaching the finish line, and then at the tail of this group, the championship quads, we have the Lees School from Cambridge.
So the Lees almost over the line, and we could give you some, of course, completely unofficial times once they have finished.
And whilst John is thinking about that, don't forget about the Regatta shop. And if Martin Unsworth is out there, you need to get there quickly because the XXXLs are selling quite quickly.
So, some entirely unofficial times for the top 12, who will be the qualifiers for the semi-finals. In order, Henley, Leander, Clare's Court, Lee, Tideway Scullers, Walton, Chesterley Street, Neptune, Bedford, Warrington, Clydesdale and Gloucester Hartpury. So unofficially they are the first 12 crews who will qualify for the semi-finals.
And the next race is one of my favourites. It's the third 8 time trial. Sadly, the headmaster's boat from Shiplake won't be taking part. we had a bit too much of the gentleman and not so much of the athlete this year. So we've got St Paul's Boat Club, Abingdon School, King's College Boat Club. Lovely to see a third 8 from King's College. Radley, I'm told, are a gentleman's crew as well. Don't like the training but like talking about it. Then we have Hampton and Eton. And surprising just to see the one crew from Eton at the moment. All crews to the final. So, having spoken to a number of the coaches about the third 8, they were, and certainly having spoken to some of the athletes in the third 8 boat, they were slightly disappointed that they had to have a race before a straight final. These athletes really mentally prepare themselves for one race and one race only. So 2 races is going to be quite tricky for them.
But have they got the recovery time planned out, do you think? Okay, so on the course, St Paul's School, they have passed through the 1400 metre mark in 4:31, and they are followed by Abingdon, King's College and Radley, Hampton and Eton. They should be coming into sight of the finish area now, and indeed we can see the St Paul's crew 8 bearing down on us. They don't look too gentlemanly to me, Greg.
Actually, lovely rhythm from the St Paul's crew.
Nice blade work. I think the coaches will enjoy that little hint of backsplash, won't they, as they go in, and the water is flattened out as well, and the breeze has died down in the finish area, so that helps them to really get their blades in nice and crisply. And they are just coming up to the finishing line now.
So St Paul's will be saving their sprint finish for the final, but a lovely controlled powerful row from St Paul's third 8.
And that was provisionally a 6:10 across the finishing line from the St Paul's crew 8. And then in our sights now are Abingdon School, and they are very closely followed by, I think that's Radley, isn't it? Aberdeen School, just a few more strokes to go to cross the line. There they go, and Radley in very close order behind them.
So Radley, I was told by James Gaunt, their Director of Sport, has got a middle of the boat full of rugby players. He didn't actually mention they could row as well, which they clearly can.
Yes, they'd clearly made up quite some distance there on Abingdon, and they passed King's Colchester, I think they had. And then we've got the Hampton School crew in our sight now, that glowing yellow kit.
And then Eton.
And then that's the Eton crew. So Hampton is just being passed by Eton as they come into the finishing line. So Radley still have the fastest finishing time so far in this time trial. Sorry, I take that back. St Paul's have the fastest finishing time, followed by Radley. But that has all just changed because Eton College A now have by some distance, have about 12-second faster finishing time than St Paul's. So that's a 5:58. So that's not a very gentlemanly time at all, with St Paul's on 6:10 and then Radley on 6:13. These are all provisional, of course.
And just coming into the jousting area of tents, the King's College School. As I said earlier, it's fabulous to see that they've got a third 8 out. Well done to them.
So in the race for lanes, Eton College, St Paul's, Radley, Hampton and Abingdon, with King's College School still to finish. This is yes, another club that boats out of one of the boat houses down on the Putney Hard. Definitely not matching hats in that crew, Greg.
That's a FISA rule.
And that's the final crew in that time trial for third eights over the line, and that was a 6:38 for the King's School Boat Club crew.
I think what we should remember, John, is that many of these senior eights, many of the boys and girls will be involved in sixth form exams literally at the moment, because the exam season seems to go on forever and ever. Some of them will have taken some of their A-levels already, and it's just wonderful to see them exercising. Exercise is so important when you're taking exams, that you get plenty of rest for the brain cells, and it's super that these guys have taken this Saturday off to come and compete in a national event, of course, a national schools regatta.
It's amazing they managed to absorb the pressure of both exams and doing a little bit of training. But as you say, the exercise is very good for the brain.
Well, the thing is then, John, when you and I were at school, we didn't do that much work, and they seem to give out grades willy-nilly. But these days, our young people really have to work very, very hard to get those grades. So to be able to combine studying hard and doing some form of exercise, be it tennis, cricket, croquet or rowing, is excellent.
Does Shiplake have a croquet program?
We most certainly do. You would expect nothing else. Of course, we also have darts as well, which is very popular. We do, actually.
So next up at 10:50 is race 213, which is the time trial of the girls' championship double sculls, and we have in this race, let's see, 19 crews, I think, who are competing for in this race.
Break. We thanked the officials earlier. Not the group we should thank are the youngsters who are operating the cameras for us, both yesterday from Holyport School and today and tomorrow from Eton, and we wouldn't have these great pictures without them. So thank you very much to you guys who've given up your weekend to come and help.
Okay, lining up now to start this time trial of the girls' double sculls for the Beryl Crockford Bowl. We have 19 crews. I won't go through them all now. We'll do them as they start. The qualifying standard here is the 12 fastest go through to two semi-finals. Already on the course we have a double scull from Great Marlow School, and they are followed by Maidenhead Rowing Club, Gloucester Hartbury and Sir William Perkins. Just started, we've got Hinksley Sculling School, Fulham Reach, Wallingford, Tideway Scullers, Mossbourne Rowing Academy, Reading Rowing Club and Chester Street. They're already on the course. This is an amazingly competitive event, Greg. Do you have any idea of the form here?
Well, 220 Gloucester Hartbury, probably a crew to look out for. They won the junior sculling regatta, so they're, if they go off in order, they'll be third down the course. They'll be chasing Maidenhead, but of course Maidenhead never put any weak sculling boats out, so they'll be doing something to catch them.
That's a very good form tip already, Greg, because that the Gloucester Hartbury crew has gone quickest so far of the 5 crews that have a time through the first timing point. So they're 1:24 through 400 metres.
So perhaps a bit later on, there's crew 254 Lee, who've had a really good regatta season. But as you say, this is a very competitive. It's championship girls. The very best doubles in the country will be racing to try and get into semi-finals. Some great names there. Hinksey Sculling School, Wallingford Tideway Scullers, Reading Rowing Club, well known now for their sculling, Cambridge 99. It's lovely to see Cheltenham Ladies College putting a boat in as well.
I notice Globe have got a crew as well from down in the East End of London. And the first 4 crews are already through the halfway point in this race. So Great Marlow, Maidenhead, Gloucester and Sir William Perkins have already passed the halfway point. Just started. We've got another Gloucester Hartbury crew, Bedford Modern, Queen Anne's Boat Club, Cheltenham Ladies, as you say, Greg, Pangbourne, Royal Grammar School Worcester and Worcester Rowing Club. They're now all on the course. Now these crews are not quite close enough for us to really be able to see what's going on from the finishing tower, so they're just through the halfway point. But still, so fastest to halfway was Greg's form tip, who you should definitely have put some money on if you've been listening carefully. So that's Gloucester Hartbury have the fastest time through so far through the halfway point, with Maidenhead Rowing Club not far behind them. Also now on the course we've got Notts County Rowing Association. It's a very historic name who it's very good to see having a little bit of a revival recently. Inniskillen from Northern Ireland are also on the course, as are Henley Rowing Club. And St George's College Boat Club have just started.
It's lovely to see some new clubs join it. It'll be the first time that Queen Anne's School from Caversham have put a double into this event, certainly in the last decade or so. And ex-Olympic coach Rob Morgan is running the girls' programme there, so you can imagine their blade work will be pretty sharp.
There's also two doubles from the American school in London are about to start as well. And just starting now is a Twickenham Rowing Club double. And we can expect up very shortly Molesey, Fulham Reach, Lee, Evesham, Hinksey, Walton. And I'll read out the others as they get started. And there's a crew from shortly due to start from the London Youth Rowing Programme, which is based out of Thames Tradesmen, and Thames Tradesmen are really making a tremendous effort to bring their club back into the place in British rowing that it should have.
So just coming into the last 100 metres, it's Maidenhead Rowing Club, who have just passed Great Marlow Boat Club, so Maidenhead looking very strong indeed. Just remember that there's just 12 places up for grabs. And that's
Gloucester Hartbury, who are just about to finish.
And there's no holding back, you see, for Gloucester Hartbury, even though that they know they're strong. They've put everything into that. The bow.
And Marlow Rowing Club, Great Marlow School, who are just over the line as well.
So Rhiannon Morgan and Charlotte Enright of Gloucester Hartbury really raced that as if it were their last race today.
And there's that Sir William Perkins School we can see just coming into the finishing area now. And then we've got quite a considerable gap before the next double to finish, so those 4 crews have really pushed each other to some good times, and it's Greg's choice. Gloucester Hartbury so far have the fastest time of 7:08.82, and they're followed by Maidenhead in 7:12.
And that's Hinksey just approaching the last 18 metres there.
And they are being pursued, hotly pursued by Fulham Reach. I don't think Fulham Reach have quite got enough water left to catch Hinksey.
225.
And that's Wallingford Rowing Club, we can see over on the spectator side of the course, and they are followed by Tideway Scullers.
Mossbourne.
Also coming into the finishing area, we've got Mossbourne Rowing Academy.
So Mossbourne should be one of the stronger crews. They certainly should be looking for a semi-final place, and as you can see there, boat speed coming into the last 50 metres, very strong indeed. Mossbourne were 4th at the Junior Sculling Regatta, so they'll be hoping certainly for a semi-final place.
And then over the far side we have Peterborough City, their last few strokes. Crossing the finishing line now is Peterborough City, and then we've got a gap back towards the gap back before we get to the next double. And the next double coming into sight now is Chesterley Street. Chesterley Street have very striking kit indeed. Shouldn't forget that one.
St Paul's.
And they are pursued by St Paul's girls, although Chesterley Street have a good advantage. They've certainly held their advantage over St Paul's.
Peterborough far side. Peterborough far side.
And on the spectator side of the course is Peterborough. And Cheltenham Ladies look as if they're just passing Peterborough in the last few strokes. And yes, indeed they have, as they cross the finishing line.
That's Queen Anne's.
Who's that?
That's Queen Anne's school, the double I talked about, coached by Rob Morgan. And it's great to see Queen Anne's here.
So far, fastest 3 crews across the line: Gloucester Hartbury A, Maidenhead Rowing Club A, and Cheltenham Ladies A. Gloucester Hartbury B are now approaching us on the finishing line. They've got their last 10 strokes or so. And then Royal Grammar School Worcester, who are in sort of in one of the middle lanes. And then Pangbourne over on the spectator side. Very little between those two crews as they approach the finish line now.
233 is Bedford Modern.
And then not far behind them is Bedford Modern School.
243.
So 16 crews finished. That's Gloucester Hartbury still leading the pack with their time of 7:08, with Maidenhead just behind them in 7:12.
And just crossing the line now is Maya O'Donnell and Olivia Bates of Nottinghamshire. And they're followed by, looks like Enniskillen. Oh, I beg your pardon, followed by Worcester. 244, that is Enniskillen. Zoe McCutcheon and Meave Donnelly.
Is that Cambridge 99, I think we can see, approaching the finishing line now.
St George's far side.
And they are hotly pursued by St George's on the spectator side of the course.
So actually, John, that was they're quite similar. That was King's School Ely Boat Club, just on our side here. Rahira Greatrix and Holly Lancaster.
So we have a new leader on times now. So St George's College have just done a 7:04, so they are now 4 seconds quicker with their unofficial finishing time than Gloucester Hartbury.
That's Henley Rowing Club, who have just gone through. That's Riley Butcher and Holly Nave. Wonderful pedigree, of course, at Henley Rowing Club. it would be a surprise if they don't make the semi-final. Globe Rowing Club, having just crossed. And they're followed by, that is their Cambridge 99.
I'm sorry, I misdescribed them earlier on. And I can see Twickenham now.
Yeah, 241 on the other side. And it's Durham School Boat Club on the spectator side. Oh, here's the two American schools.
And so now coming down, we've got both of the double sculls from the American school in London.
On the spectator side, we've got Alice Bake and Noah Zolt. And more in the middle, Catherine Bennett and Claire West, pushing each other. That's quite handy, actually, having your crewmates there, just pushing you down the lake.
They will have done that in training a few times, I should imagine. And then we can see the unmistakable M of Molesey coming up to the finishing line now. And then Fulham Reach, who's I'm not quite sure what to describe that colour, but it is quite characteristic. And they're not far behind Molesey. They're in the last 5 strokes or so, coming towards the finishing line. And then, fortunately for the commentator, another very recognisable colours, which is Lee Rowing Club, just about to cross the finish line now. Still plenty of crews left on the water. St George's College still have that leading time. St George's, Gloucester, Hartbury, Maidenhead, Cheltenham, Notts County, Sir William Perkins. These are all unofficial times.
So there's Hinksey, Sculling School B, which is Emma Foster and possibly his sister Jessica Foster. And then Evesham, which is Maddie Cross and Ella Shalom. And closest to the spectators there, lots of applause please for the London Youth Rowing Club, the tradesmen. That is Katie Hobson and Beatrice Wessel. And they were hotly pursued by Walton Rowing Club. Be interesting to see the Walton Rowing Club time, John. They have been quite strong in the regatta season.
I can see a
Peterborough 258.
And is that Bedford Modern School as well, just crossing the finishing line?
One, 261, 260.
There's a Thames, there's a Whitcliffe and Thames have just crossed the finishing line. Very close to each other. Let's see if any of that has made an impact on the leading time. No, that's still St George's College who have the leading time so far, unofficially.
It's wonderful to see Cheltenham Ladies College at the moment in 4th position. I just wonder if those two girls are rowing who are at the college. Have done most of their rowing at a club somewhere. They've not been on the radar at all.
And then that looks like Kingston Grammar School who are now crossing the finishing line. Yeah.
262, Magdalen.
And Magdalen College School Boat Club. The last couple of strokes. And then we have King's School Ely behind Magdalen College School.
And Shrewsbury.
And then Royal Shrewsbury School.
And St Michael's.
And behind Royal Shrewsbury School we've got St Michael's Rowing Club from Limerick.
That's another Hinksey one over.
And then over on the spectator side of the course we've got another Hinksey Sculling School. double scull. They've got about 100 metres left to go. And they are followed by a double scull from Monkton Combe School. And so we've just got 2 left. So we're going to vacate our seats and hand you over to our colleagues who are going to take you through the next set of racing.
And now coming down the course at the moment, this is the second 8's time trial for the Evesham Cup, and coming towards the line at the moment, Shiplake College Boat Club A crew.
Yes, they're just coming up to the finish right now, rowing very well, lovely long stroke, and it's the Elsenham Cup.
Thank you. And as we look across the lake now, it's Eton College who are in front of Pangbourne College Boat Club as well in this second 8's time trial.
So 272 coming in, lovely long stroke on their home water, really driving in. Pangbourne look to be a lot lighter crew, but they're doing their best, as you'd expect.
And so Pangbourne approaching the line now, still at 36, pushing hard as they cross the line. They're still really solid and together. So Bedford Modern scored in the middle of the lake. That's Christopher Lodge, William English, Alexander Wilkins, Ewan Gordon, Oliver Billington, Benjamin Spandukas.
Yes, that's Bedford School coming in. Yep. 273 Bedford School.
Yep. And stroke there, John Hopcroft as well. So coxed by James Hazel. And they're followed closely by Abingdon School Boat Club, just raising their rate as they push through the red zone.
Yep.
Pushing on to 37 as they hit the line.
And then a Radley crew coming on in.
Radley with a
36-37 with a powerful finish there. Next crew on the course, coming down towards the finish, is the distinctive yellow of Hampton School Boat Club. and then followed by St Paul's School. How well I remember St Paul's School second 8. Took them on at Marlow in about 1422. And that wasn't the time, that was the year.
Hampton at 36, and again they just raised their rate now as they come into the last 250. Everything matters in this time trial as they push on to go forward to either the final A, which is the 6th fastest, or the others go into final B.
Powerful finish there from Hampton, and the hooter goes to give them some relief. Paul's coming in, very workmanlike looking crew there.
And Royal Shrewsbury, they're bound to show at the moment. They did well in the school's head. So Royal Shrewsbury now, as they push towards the line, seem to have closed the gap on Hampton and St Paul's Boat Club.
Three crews left now, just King's School Chester, followed by King's College School, followed by Canford.
So all these second 8s are now on the course. Canford, the last boat in this, as my colleague just said. So we wait for some of the results now to start coming up.
Well, as the crews come down towards us, I shan't make any comment on this sartorial elegance, or as it were. Both me and my colleague up here have toupees, so we don't bother with hats. Nor do they match.
I do have a visor though.
I have an advisor and a keeper.
37 pushing towards the line. So King's School just pushing towards the line now. So 37 just going up to 38 now. So they try and push away from King's College School Boat Club B crew.
Now report that King's College School has just overtaken King's Chester. They've slipped in first, or in front. And then Canford pulling down. It's really difficult when you're on your own. Cox is encouraging you, people occasionally shouting from the bank, but it's a long way away and you've got to go for it, got to go for this time trial. They're putting everything into it. Well rowed Canford. Keep it going right to the end. We haven't any finish results up on the screen quite yet, so we can't give you any order or any unofficial order. That's Canford to the end. Well done, Canford.
And whilst we wait for the time trial of race 215, which is the non-championship Cox Fours time trial, timed at 11:20. The crews are just getting onto the start area now. We'd just like to thank all the competitors who are here today as well. There's over 5,000 competitors aged between 14 and 18 who are involved with this event, and 153 schools and rowing clubs from all around the country. There's hundreds of volunteers who enable this to happen, and it gives us many hours of high quality, exciting racing, and it's all streamed live for you if you wish to go onto the website and to YouTube. Okay, I was over the far side yesterday, and many people were actually watching live transmissions on their iPhones and on their mobile devices, and it was a very exciting atmosphere over there. So thank you for the spectators as well, and all of the helpers of the schools and clubs who are in those tents on the far side. With you being there, it creates a great atmosphere for all these young people who are out on the water.
This really is a high point in the regatta season for these young people. For many, of course, it will be the best regatta they've ever rowed in. They may not be lucky enough to go to Henley, they may not be lucky enough to go to the Olympics or the international events, but this one is so well organised, so ordered, and it's all down to the volunteers. So well done to all those, and thanks very much.
We also like to say that NSR itself it's a non-profit organisation committed to supporting junior rowing at the grassroots as well. So it's a registered charity and committed to providing the best junior experience that competitors, coaches and supporters can enjoy at this beautiful venue at Eton College's rowing course, Dorney Lake.
So I just had a little drink of water from my recyclable water bottle. If I had a non-recyclable one, I should be shamed all the way down the course. And I do hope that you have non-recyclable drinking vessels, and you're filling up with the water and not using too much of it or whatever. But anyway, we are out to reduce waste, so cut it down and don't just dump things. Not like Glastonbury, which is coming up, but this isn't like Glastonbury at all. We still don't seem to have any results for the second eights time trials, so we'll give you the results of those as soon as we possibly can. It tells us that the machine, which is apparently live, tells us that King's School Chester and King's College School Boat Club and Canford have started. Well, we've seen them finish, so something will happen.
Right, so yeah, right. So is that what we just saw?
They've got the results now. So, we now have the results. Wonderful for the second eight time trial. The first in the order was Royal Shrewsbury School, followed by Shiplake, followed by Radley. Fourth was St Paul's. Then we have Eton College, followed by Hampton School, King's College School Boat Club B, Abingdon School A, Bedford School was 9th, Canford was 10th, King's Chester was 11th, and Pangbourne College was 12th in that. The times will be up on the screens, I'm sure.
And so those six fastest will go through to the A final, Royal Shrewsbury, Shiplake, Radley College, St Paul's School, Eton College and Hampton School Boat Clubs into Final A, and the rest of the competitors will go into Final B. So the non-champ Cox Fours time trial has started. Latimer Upper School Boat Club A just coming down the course, closely followed by Henley Rowing Club and King's School Worcester.
.400 metres, Latimer Upper at 1:22. Henley Rowing Club at the 900 metres was 3 minutes 82.
Closing down.
the 1400 metre timing point. We've got Latimer at 4 minutes 59. Henley Rowing Club 4:43, so they're moving up just a little bit.
And as we approach the last 250 metres, it's a very good race now between Henley Rowing Club and Latimer up, and it looks like Henley have actually gone through Latimer in this time trial. So Henley putting in a very powerful performance in this non-championship Cox Force time trial.
Just from the tower here, it looks as though Henley are storming in at the end.
And with a good steady rate of 35, just going up now, just pushing on, putting more power down through the legs and moving away now from Latimer in this time trial. Henley now at 36 strokes per minute.
Henley just coming in their last final few strokes, and they've got clear water. They've got nearly length now over Latimer. That's a Henley finish. The hoot is just going to go for Latimer. And next we'll have King's Worcester coming in.
And Hinksey School. And also Hinksey School pushing through as well.
Good time there from Hinksey at the 1400 metre.
And Hinksey must have had a really good row there as they hit the line. Yep. It's long and strong. And then it's the King's School Worcester Boat Club. Okay, just trailing them slightly by a few lengths. And as we look back up the course now, we've got St Michael's Rowing Club, Weybridge Rowing Club and St Peter's School Boat Club.
So St Michael's Rowing Club from Ireland coming on in now.
And Weybridge Rowing Club just pushing hard behind them in the blue new strip of the all-in-ones from Weybridge Rowing Club. And St Michael's Rowing Club from Limerick just approaching the line now. And into the 250 metre zone, it's St Peter's School Boat Club. And then they're followed very closely by Molesey Boat Club. Emmanuel School on the far side near the tower. They're having a good battle now with, looks like Westminster School Boat Club A, who are closing them down in the last 250 metres.
Emmanuel putting in a spurt here at the end. Westminster hard on their heels. Next crew following down is Bedford Modern.
And the Oratory School back up this Oratory.
Bedford Modern, very good time for the at 1400 metres. See if they can bring it on in. Bedford Modern coming in at 39.
296.
And then the Oratory School coming in, pressed hard by Aberdeen Schools. They've come a long way.
And as they approach the line now, that Aberdeen and Oratory having a good battle as well. Boats overlapping, and as they push towards the line, that would encourage their times as well. So Aberdeen far side, Oratory this side.
Just under a length of the finish.
George Harriet's ready
Another Scottish school, George Heriot's, coming in, all the way down from Edinburgh, not quite as far as Aberdeen.
And
then Reading Bluecoat by the look of them. Good finishes from both. Just 2 crews left on the water now, and that's Dulwich College and the Grange School.
Dulwich College, another school from the Tideway. And they seem to be rowing in a little bit of a vacuum at the moment, but they know what their time's got to be. They're pushing on well, and in with the last few strokes to go, still maintaining a good rate in their boat that is bucket rigged with 2 men on one side close to each other as they hit the line now.
And the final crew is the Grange School up near Northwich in Cheshire. Still quite a long way to come. Grange School have really developed their rowing in the last few years.
And as the last crews approach the line at the moment, it's Westminster School Boat Club A crew who have held the lead for a while, with Reading Bluecoat School in second place. Again, these are all unofficial. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association have just moved into that third spot, with Hinksey School, Sculling School also in fourth. Dulwich College Boat Club in that fifth position, with Henley Rowing Club in sixth position. So those 6 at the moment unofficially are the
Grange
top
School
6.
just crossing the line. So that completes the time trial for the non-championship 4s plus.
And it's as these time trials complete, it's the 12 fastest that go through to the semi-finals A and B. And as we look for the official times, we see that at the moment Bedford Modern School hold that vital 12th place on the unofficial times as we wait for the official results.
Next Ailings. Ailings.
Mm-hmm.
14.
So the unofficial times are now being displayed, so we can run through those crews just quickly, and we will confirm those as we get the official results. But at the moment it's Westminster School Boat Club in first place, Reading Bluecoat School in second place, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, and then Hinksey Sculling School, Dulwich College Boat Club and Henley Rowing Club. They're in the top 6. In seventh place it's St Peter's School Boat Club, George Heriot School Rowing Club, Molesey Boat Club A, Emmanuel School Boat Club, Weybridge Rowing Club A crew, and Bedford Modern School Boat Club. Those are the 12 unofficial crews that go through to semi-final AB in the Championship Cox 4s time trial.
Next event is the Ailings Challenge Cup for Championship Girls 8s and the second 8s as well. So that's all put together. And they're off, as you've probably seen on your screens already. First crew down is going to be the Tideway Scullers School.
I don't see it on my list.
First timing mark, Tideway Scullers 118, Henley Rowing Club 116, Marlow Rowing Club also 116. Putney High, the fourth crew off, 119. So at the moment, the fastest crews in the first 400 metres were Henley and Marlow. But all that can change.
And as they get to the 1400 metre mark at the moment, Tideway Scullers go through there, followed very closely indeed by Henley Rowing Club. And Henley Rowing Club just taking the lead over Tideway Scullers in this time trial, just taking that lead in the time trial, pushing on hard. So the Scullers just holding on to a really, really good pace. And as we look back up the lake, it's still Scullers pushing away towards the finish, with Henley following up hard.
Always slightly confusing to try and predict anything from the distances between crews, because they don't necessarily start at even intervals. So it's best to watch the times as they go through. But Tideway Scullers led all the way because they started first, but they've managed to stay ahead, and they're pulling in now into this final the final few metres of the Ailings Challenge Cup time trial.
And as Tideway Scullers pushed towards the line, these were one of the 8s that actually went into the main head this year after the women's head was cancelled. So Tideway Scullers represented there at the main head. Also a crew from Henley pushing towards the line now. Okay, they are putting down a very good time, which will be very close to one of the best times I would have thought today.
Yes. Marlow Rowing Club, their split times have been very impressive as we've just looking at them. They're just a little bit ahead of Tideway Scullers at the 1400 metre mark. We'll see what happens as they come on in. Marlow into the red buoyed area. Just the last 2 or 3 strokes.
It's the Marlow Championship 8 just crossing the line now. Followed behind them is Putney High School Boat Club Champ 8. On the far side, that's the white flash on their blades, or those purple blades of Putney High School in the middle of the lake.
Good row from Putney.
307, I guess that's 307. And it's St Michael's Rowing Club from Limerick. Their A crew, their Championship 8 crew, in the middle of the lake at the moment. They must have started out of order, or where they are now. So the St Michael's Rowing Club from Limerick.
And Latimer Upper coming in. This is Latimer Upper A. Mia Anderson driving a crew on nicely there.
Right now, I see City of Oxford now. City of Oxford's coming, isn't it? And coming towards us now, that's the City of Oxford crew. They're Champ 8.
Working hard as they approach the finish. Rate going up. Keep the length, keep the length.
306. And they're followed very closely by Reading Blue Coach School Boat Club A. And then that's LEH's for Championship 8 crew as well. So just the pushing through.
Statuesque finish.
Really holding on to their finishes now.
Really
LEH just keeping those blades in the water, keeping it long, keeping it levered.
And 4 crews left on the water in this time trial.
Next one to you is Emmanuel.
Emmanuel coming down now. Stroked by Jane Martin.
And the Headington School Oxford Boat Club A crew, again stroked by Claudia Rossington. So this Champ 8 crew have been very good throughout the season, and they're now putting in a very strong performance indeed as they come down the course.
Manuel just putting up the rate just for their last final few strokes, and you'll hear the klaxon go in just one moment. There we are. Headington School powering into the finish.
And it's Latimer Upper as well on the middle of the lake in the last 250 metres. Stroking 36 strokes per minute, and as they push on towards the line, they just power on now with that last 250 to go, just trying to keep the length and try and push that boat speed further.
It's always exciting to watch young people rowing, anybody rowing, but it's easy to forget just how painful it is. Good row there, and there's the klaxon.
Okay, and as Latimer go across the line, there's the girls' second 8 crew, and so a good performance from that crew. They're followed by other girls' second 8s as well. Headington School Boat Club A, girls' second 8, followed by Henley Rowing Club. In fact, Henley have just taken the lead over Headington as they push into the last 250 metres.
Well rowed Henley gives you a tremendous boost to go past the crew. It's always tough on the other ones who've trained really hard for this.
And as that championship, that girl's second 8 goes through the line, it's their A boat, the Henley Rowing Club crew, that have actually got the lead in 6 minutes 18.84 and the unofficial timings. They're followed by Latimer Upper School Boat Club's 8 crew as well, and Marlow Rowing Club A crew. Those 3 crews hold those positions at the moment unofficially.
And the last crew to cross the line is Headington, well rowed Headington.
And as the official times now keep popping up on our screens, I've mentioned that Henley lead this Championship 8's time trial with Latimer Upper in second place unofficially, Marlow Rowing Club A boat in third place, Tideway Scullers School, we saw them powerfully finish as well. They're in fourth place, with the Henley Rowing Club's other boats in fifth place, and Headington School Boat Club A crew in sixth place.
I think it's wonderful, Tideway Scullers School, with so many schools here, because of course Tideway Scullers School is a very famous rowing school, and it doesn't teach very much, as far as I am aware, apart from human relations and good works and team spirit and all the good things that rowing does for you. But I don't think there's much on the curriculum at Tideway Scullers School.
I agree with you there. That is definitely a sculling and rowing club, and as I look down the list as well, we've got the 7th place unofficially now, Putney High School Boat Club. They also row near Tideway Scullers on the other side of Chiswick Bridge, Putney High School Boat Club down at the Putney Hard. St Michael's Rowing Club Limerick, they are also in 8th place. Latimer Upper School Boat Club A, they're in 9th place. Emmanuel School Boat Club They're in 10th place with Headington School Oxford Boat Club A Crew in 11th place. Lady Eleanor Hollis Boat Club, who had that long, strong, powerful finish, are in 12th place currently and unofficially.
Next event on the course is the International Cup Championship Girls Sculls, Single Sculls, and there are a lot of competitors in this. While we're just waiting for the next event to start its time trial, I expect you've already been told, but if you haven't, well, we'll tell you again. It was the National Schools Regatta was founded in 1947, which is a jolly long time ago, even for somebody like me. And he was a schoolmaster and he's a rowing coach and very keen on it. And in the first year, 4 schools raced. It was Shrewsbury, Bedford and Radley and St Edwards. And it originally raced at Godstow as the Colts and School and Third Eighths Regatta, and it was renamed the National Schools Regatta in 1964, and some of us actually rowed there when it was at Pangbourne. Not all of us, of course, because there's a certain amount of youth up here in the tower. Oh no, they all seem to have gone now. Anyway, some of us rowed there at Pangbourne, but then it moved to a 6-lane course when that opened at Home Pier Point in Nottingham in 1973. And as you are fully aware, unless you had somebody to drive you or you weren't paying any attention, but we are now at Dorney Lake, and was of course the site of the 2012 Olympic Regatta, and it is, you will all agree, a fabulous site. We've got rowing, which is a passion for so many of us, and it is so beautifully sited and so beautifully built. And of course, if you were lucky enough to come to the 2012 Olympic Regatta, you'll know what excitement was generated there. And it's just as significant at the moment for these school crews.
Absolutely. I was here for 3 weeks during that time. I was actually the safety boats on the water during practice and everything. So we saw all of the crews practicing, and we were also here to make sure there were no incidents, etc., whilst the Olympic racing was on.
And there weren't, so you were jolly successful. Well done, congratulations.
And what an atmosphere it was here. Sometimes in the safety boat halfway down the lake, you could hear the roar of the crowds from the grandstand as the races approached. What an atmosphere was set up here at Dorney Lake for the Olympics.
It was indeed, yes. I saw the first gold medal on that Super Saturday. It was really very, very, very exciting indeed. Crews going down to the start, just for the next time trial, which not after the sculls. The time trials, after the sculls, it'll be the champion and non-championship 8s, and the 8s are going down now.
Now the next time trial down the course is the Championship Girls Single Sculls race. Arguably this is an event where you see an unprecedented grit and unrivaled strength. 2 kilometres never feels like it's over quickly or easily. However, in the single it could be even more challenging. The outcome comes down to the work of one person, just you, no one else there to help you, nowhere to hide, no one to comfort you on the way to those the important times and to get on to the finals. So when you hear that finish buzzer, the pride in knowing that you've just achieved what you've done makes it all worthwhile. So we look forward to some really interesting sculling today with these the girls as they come down the course. There are 48 individuals entered, and as they charge down Dorney Lake, we look forward to some fantastic racing.
And of course, one of the other things that one forgets is that you haven't got anybody to put you straight. You know, there are plenty of other crews, of course, where you don't have anybody to put you straight because there's no cocks. But in a single scull, you're on your own, and that adds a mental frisson to everything, whatever kind of hat you're wearing.
And the first one down the course at the moment is the Thames Rowing Club B sculler. That's Hannah Stephen, and she's followed by Surbiton High School Boat Club Olivia Hunter-Young. Olivia Hunter-Young has been out on rehab for most of this season and is now just starting to come back to first class racing again. So we wish her well and hope she's recovered fully.
We haven't any times yet for the first timing point, but the crew, as we look through the binoculars, you can see the crew's well down the course, so we'll be looking for timings as they come up. We have the first very nearly 15 dozen people, girls have started so far, so it's going well.
So in the third place at Ellie Hall from Durham School Boat Club A. She's followed by Ella Wilson from Twickenham Rowing Club. That's where the start programme is at the moment, so we're looking for a good time from Ella from the start programme. Royal Chester Rowing Club, that's Fenella Caldwell as well.
First 2 times, the first 4 times at the timing point. The first sculler 141, the second 137, Durham School 141, Twickenham Rowing Club 139, and Royal Chester 138. So they're all very, very close together just at the first 4 and during the first 400 metres.
So yes, they're very fast out the blocks indeed. So 137s to 142s, roughly the times for those at that first 400 to 500 metres.
And what's your race plan for this? Well, it's to go off the blocks really fast and middle 1,000 metres to go as fast as you can and go even faster at the end.
But it's not a side-by-side race, so getting out in front and watching your other scullers in a side-by-side race is a part of the psychology, but in a time trial you don't know who's going the fastest. You just have to keep pushing on yourself to get on to that finish line and to be one of the 16 fastest in this time trial. So 16 fastest, 17 go through to final, 17 to 24 to final C, 25 to 32 to final D, but the 16 fastest go through to the semi-finals AB.
We're beginning to get timings for the 900 metres, so the girls are halfway there.
So Cambridge 99 Rowing Club B crew sculler Una Lonergan, she's now on the course, followed by Lily Abbott of Kingston Grammar School Boat Club A, and another sculler from Twickenham Rowing Club, Wari Okuhama. Okay, again from the start programme at Twickenham Rowing Club. Bedford Schools Rowing Club is Olivia Ames.
Now that's Bedford Girls' School. Bedford School itself doesn't yet have girls, as far as I'm aware. Nobody told me. 1400 metre times. Thames Rowing Club, Hannah Stephen, she's 6:09. Surbiton High, that's Olivia Hunter-Young, she is down to 5:57. So there's a bit of gap there. It looks to me as though Olivia might just squeeze through, but we'll see as they come a little closer towards the finish.
So Olivia just been out in a single, just gradually building back from a slight back injury she's had all season, and it's good to see her racing now at the top end again. So her Surbiton High School Boat Club, Olivia Hunter-Young, just closing down now. Hannah Stevens from Thames Rowing Club B.
Way back down the course, Lily Abbott from Kingston Grammar, she's on the 1400 metre time of 5:42, which is very fast indeed.
Kingston Grammar School with their coaching programme at the moment. The sculling programme is showing the benefits of what they're doing, and yes, as they push on towards the line. 4 scullers now, encouraging each other, racing each other in this time trial.
Last few strokes for Thames and for Surbiton. Just about overlap as they come past the tower. Will Surbiton get through? Probably not. Not quite enough water. If they'd done 2,000 metres, she would have done. But their Thames Rowing Club, Hannah Stephen at Surbiton High School, Olivia Hunter-Young now finished. Ella Wilson, Twickenham Rowing Club's come through.
And the Durham School Boat Club, Ellie Hall, she's just really pushing on hard as they go towards the line. Kingston Grammar School, Lily Abbott just
Fantastic finish
line now. It's a really good time trial. Right, everyone encouraging each other. It is like a side-by-side race as they now close it all down.
So Royal Chester and Cambridge 99 now finished. Well done Fenella, well done Una.
Bedford Modern School Boat Club, Jessica Reed now approaching the line.
Twickenham Rowing Club coming in now. Eleanor Cushion from Northwich Rowing Club, all the way down from Cheshire.
She looks over her shoulder, last few strokes to go, encouraged by her coach on the bench, squeezing on as she pushes over the line. And Sir William Perkins School, that's Ella Aodes, and she pushes on now in the last 250. Very powerful, strong, long stroke here as she moves on towards the finish line. 3-2-4.
3-2-4. The Bedford Girls School, 3-2-4. Olivia Ames coming in now.
And she's followed by Caitlin Donaldson from Abingdon Rowing Club in the green. 3-2-7. 3-3-1.
Hinckley Sculling Club, Phoebe May, 3-2-7, and 3-3-1. George Watson's College, Isabel Clements, all the way down from Scotland. Very good scull from Isabel. George Watson's College just about to finish, about 3 strokes left.
And sculler Chloe Reed from Peterborough City Rowing Club. She's being pushed out very hard by Caitlin Donaldson from Abingdon Rowing Club. 3-2-3.
Yep.
3-2-2.
Hinckley just going through. Great finish from these 4 girls.
Putney High School. That's Julieta Gonzalez just pushing on towards the line as she crosses it now. 3-2-4. Good battle behind that.
Yeah. 3-2-4.
Yeah. 340.
340. That's it.
3-3-6. Yeah.
Okay.
So Isle of Ely Rowing Club. That's Phoebe Hayden. She's approaching the line now.
Durham School, Natasha Wearmouth.
3-3-6.
Isle of Ely just finishing.
Sir William Borlase' Grammar School Boat Club. That's Emily Farmer as she pushes towards the line. 3-3-9.
338.
And Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. That's Emma Morrison. Again, a long way to come, but looks like she's had a very good scull as she closed down some of those scullers in front of her.
Hinksey just finishing. Hinksey Sculling Club, Alice Mine.
And the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association representative. That's Abigail Top.
It's a good group all finishing together, really pushing themselves on. So encouraging when you're side by side. Well, most of the time. If you're being overtaken, it's a bit more distressing.
And some of the times are already in for this time trial at the moment. It's the Leicester Rowing Club sculler. She's in 7:31 at the moment.
Second place at the moment is Bedford Modern, followed by Isle of Ely, followed by Kingston Grammar. But the times are coming in thick and fast, and they'll be sorted as they come through. Thank goodness for computers.
347.
347, Wimbledon High School. That's Saskia Brewster. Keeping a long stroke as she comes over the finish line.
And she's followed by Eleanor Burton from Staines Boat Club.
Three or four together now, coming in together.
346.
That's Sudbury Rowing Club, Amelia Moole.
321.
321, Cambridge 99.
348.
348.
And it's Kingston Grammar School's second representative here. That's Holly Blake in the red all-in-one. Again, and Sir William Perkins School, second representative here, Lerin Etabola.
Closely followed by the American School, Louise Lambden.
And then Millicent Fatman from Walton Rowing Club.
Another close group coming in.
355.
Bedford Rowing Club, Isabel Blake Howarth.
352 this side.
And 352, the Aberdeen Schools, B, Megan Hewison.
353 the far side.
Peterborough City A, Amelia Hilton.
354.
And 354, Cambridge 99, Sydney Watson. Very close finish, just coming in.
We've got 357, closest to you, Shiplake.
Shiplake College coming through.
356 in the blue.
And then Hinksey Sculling Club A, Bea Ferry.
358.
And Molesey Boat Club, that's Hannah Coots.
And Thames 359.
And Thames Rowing Club, Sasha Halsey.
And as these last few scullers cross the line now, 4 more to go in this Championships girls singles time trial.
Uh, 361 Cambridge 99A, that's Laura Burton.
362.
Yarm School, that's 362 is Yarm School, Hazel Wake.
360.
360, we have the Glasgow Academy Rowing Club, Anna Buchanan.
363.
And 316 Coleraine Grammar School, Molly Curry. A great row all the way round. They thought of sculling 1900 metres flat out. Leaves me flat out.
So there's Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association represented well there by Megan Hewinson. And Megan, she claimed her second international best at the Munich Regatta in the blue of Scotland at the home internationals last summer. In Germany, Hewinson was part of the GB sweep contingent as well, so she placed second in GB trials in April. Warrington Rowing Club, representative of Ella Stanhope, and in her most recent trials she was a little off the pace that she likes, but nonetheless 22nd place was enough to see her travel to Munich. Bedford Model School, they were represented by Jessica Reid, who had an outstanding result at the GB trials, finishing third. And the current results are in at the moment that Shiplake College Boat Club has the number 1 plot spot at the moment in a time of 7 minutes 30.98. Okay, Leicester Rowing Club Boat Club second place 7:31. Coleraine Grammar School Northern Ireland, their A crew, that was 7:32.19. Bedford Modern School Boat Club in 4th place in a time of 7:41. Glasgow Academy Rowing Club in 5th in a time of 7:45, with Yarm School Boat Club in 6th place.
Okay, carrying on from there, 7th is the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, that's the B crew. 8th was Isle of Ely Rowing Club. 9th at the moment, Kingston Grammar School Boat Club. Thames Rowing Club in 10th, that's the A1. Northwich Rowing 11th, Wimbledon High School 12th.
And then it's Warrington Rowing Club in 13th place, Westminster School Boat Club in 14th, and Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club A sculler in 15th place. Sudbury Rowing Club in 16th, Cambridge 99 Rowing Club in 17th place, and the Aberdeen Rowing Club sculler in 18th place.
No, Abingdon sculling in 2nd place. I was using my bifocals as well just then. Molesey were 19th, Aberdeen Schools Association A crew was 20th, Walton Rowing Club 21, 22 was Surbiton High School Boat Club, George Watson College 23rd, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club 24th.
And with Twickenham Rowing Club's B sculler in 25th place, Bedford Rowing Club at 26th place, Royal Chester Rowing Club at 27th, and it was American School in London in 28th place, with Royal Chester in 27th. Twickenham Rowing Club's 8th sculler at 29th, and Sir William Perkins School Boat Club in 30th place.
And there are 2 left, I think, to go through to the final. Oh no, there are finals all the way, aren't they? Where were we? 30th place. 31st, Globe Rowing Club A, Kingston Grammar B 32, Thames Rowing Club B 33, Staines 34, Hinksey A 35, Hinksey B 36, separated there by 5 seconds, Durham School A 37, Sir William Borlace's 38, Putney High 39, Cambridge 99C 40,
and Peterborough City Rowing Club A crew, that was at 41. Durham School Boat Club B sculler, that's 42nd. Cheltenham Ladies College, that's the sculler was 43rd. Cambridge 99 Rowing Club B sculler was 44th. Peterborough City Rowing Club sculler was 45th. Hinksey Sculling School C sculler was 46th, and Bedford Girls School Rowing Club was 47th. Those are the unofficial times.
And the next event, the Championship 8s and the non-Championship 8s, has already started. Sounds like Henley, doesn't it? A heat of the has just started between. We're seeing now, should be seeing Latimer Upper coming down and leading the Championship 8s down, followed by Radley, followed by Abingdon. We'll check that out.
And yes, indeed it is. It's Latimer Upper in the blue blades and the white all-in-ones, just pounding down the course. And they're followed very closely indeed by Radley, who seem to be closing them down slightly as they come down in this time trial of Championship 8s.
Abingdon will be the third 8 down.
So Radley stroking 37. And Latimer Upper just going up to 38 as they move into the red zone, and they're starting to push towards the line.
Both crews keeping a wonderful rhythm and rate.
Latimer go up again now. This is their wind up. They're up to 39 strokes per minute. Radley at 38, and it still looks as though Radley have got the better boat speed as they push towards the line.
Last 5 strokes, pushing it in. Latimer through the finish. Radley just about to finish. You'll hear the klaxon. There's the klaxon.
And in the third crew coming down at the moment, Abingdon School Boat Club A crew, stroked by Christopher Fry. They're into the red zone now. Looks like they've had a good row. They're long and strong still.
Yep.
So Abingdon School Boat Club.
Next crew is Westminster A, stroked by Angus Stevenson, their distinctive pink. And after them will be Shiplake A. Westminster winding it right up now for the finish.
And Shiplake, who won the Schools Head this year, they're pushing on hard as well.
Last few strokes for Westminster. Well rowed. And Shiplake coming in, maintaining their power, maintaining their length, keeping their rhythm.
And behind them in the distinctive yellow coming down the course, that's Hampton School Boat Club's their A crew in this Championship 8's time trial.
Stroked by Benjamin Andrews. All on their own. Way between them and the crew in front and the crew behind. Such a test of mental determination. One or two glancing over their shoulders there just to see where the finish is, and I don't blame them. So there's Hampton just finished.
St Paul's School Boat Club, white tops, black blades with the white tips on them. Very good crew from St Paul's School Boat Club. Champ 8s. And in the yellow strip, that's Bryanston School Boat Club A crew.
St Paul's just finishing now. Lovely rate, lovely rhythm. Slight pause at backstops. That's St Paul's finished there. Bryanston coming in. Bryanston always have a bit of a problem because they have a very, very short stretch to train on. I remember rowing there once and nearly going over the weir, but that was my fault, not theirs.
And Royal Shrewsbury School Boat Club A crew, stroked by Dominic Sullivan. Again, just a little bit of a void, but it's all about the time, not racing anyone. Just get down that course, get the time you need so you can move on to the semi-final AB.
unofficial finishing times at the moment. Radley College are in the lead, Shiplake second, Westminster A third. No, it's changed slightly. Royal Shrewsbury's gone in second, so Radley first, Shrewsbury second at the moment.
And coming down into the red zone now, King's College School Boat Club B Crew in Championship 8s.
Good finish there from King's College B.
And at 38 strokes per minute, King's School Chester, the Rowing Club A crew, stroked by Oliver Irvine. They're at 38 strokes per minute as they go into the red zone the last 250 metres.
Nice rate, nice rhythm from King's Chester. And then we've got Eton.
So Eton College Boat Club A crew in Champ 8s. This is the last Champ 8s crew, and then the rest of the crews following them will be non-Champ 8s.
And Eton just finishing now. Good row. Very powerful looking crew. And Eton, that row, taking them into second place in the order. Radley still in the lead in the time trial. Eton College second, Royal Shrewsbury School third, Shiplake fourth. So it's cranking up for a very, very exciting final.
And the first of the non-Champ 8s approaches the line now. That's King's School Canterbury, their A crew, stroked by Ian Wingfield. And in the blue strip behind them, that's Canford School Boat Club A.
So King's Canterbury finished. I think their cocks get them going on longer than the klaxon. That'll please them. Canford, just downstream from Bryanston where they row.
And having a good battle down the course now. This is Clare's Court School and Canterbury Rowing Club in this non-Champ 8s. So Canterbury, they started behind, they've had a very good row because they've now got in front of Clare's Court.
Well rowed Canterbury. Keeping their length, keeping their rhythm right to the end. And Clare's Court just pulling in for their finish. Well rowed Clare.
307.
Which school's next? No, it's not. It's not, no. St Joseph's.
381.
Yep. The next crew down is St Joseph's, 381 from Ireland. And the 381 is St Joseph's College, winding themselves up into the red zone, and then Pangbourne. Pangbourne A. They haven't had too far to come, but I don't expect they rode all the way. Well done, St Joseph's. Claxton going for them, and in comes Pangbourne.
It's like Bedford behind them.
Yeah.
start with? Winchester College. And crew 385, Winchester College Boat Club, stroked by Lewis Christie, just going into the red zone now.
And that's Winchester.
So if you look at some of the times, still Radley College who hold that first place, with Eden College A crew in second place, Royal Shrewsbury in third place, and Shiplake College Boat Club in fourth place. Westminster School Boat Club A crew in fifth, and Abingdon School Boat Club in sixth place, on the unofficial times so far. So, Grange School at Hertford, stroked by Harry Barker, as they go towards the line now in this non-Champ 8's time trial. .384.
384, that's Moncton. Moncton Coombe, George Shaw in the stroke seat.
So Claire's Court again. Just wait for that wave. So, spot them on. Three, 7, 8.
378. Claire's Court, then 378. Running a little bit out of order.
386.
And then Monmouth School coming in, stroked by Ewan Hadfield. Good drive there.
As Monmouth crossed the line now, striking 38 strokes per minute, just pushing on.
Three 387, Reading Bluecoat School. Local lads all.
Irish crew.
388. So Reading Bluecoat just finishing, followed by Enniskillen Royal Grammar School.
And we've just 4 more 8s to go in this non-championship 8s time trial. Enniskillen now approaching the line, followed by Bedford Modern School, Norwich School and St George's College Boat Club.
So Enniskillen just in now. Good row. Bedford Modern coming through.
And they're being chased very quickly by Norwich School Boat Club as well. So good race between these two as they push towards the line. Norwich probably just a length down now on Bedford Modern.
Really, Norwich really putting their rate up for the finish. And last of all, we have St George's College.
And that's St George's College now. Just get into that red zone. They're just starting to lift their rate as they try and improve their time now, getting that boat moving a bit quicker as you sprint towards the line. And as we watch St George's College finish, times on the unofficial times at the moment. Radley College still hold first place, with Eton College in second place and Royal Shrewsbury School in third place in the Champ 8s.
The 16 fastest go on to the semi-finals, and completely unofficially we've got Radley, Eton, Royal Shrewsbury School, Shiplake, Westminster, Enniskillen, Abingdon, St Paul's, Latimer, Monmouth, King's Chester, King's College School, Hampton, St George's, Norwich and Pangbourne in the semi-finals. Then we have for final C, we have
Bedford School Boat Club, Winchester College Boat Club, Bryanston School Boat Club, St Joseph's College Rowing Club Ireland, and King's School Canterbury Boat Club A. Also Canforth School Boat Club A, and then Clare's Court School Boat Club. And in 24th place, making up that final C, is Moncton Coombe School Boat Club.
And the D final is Bedford Modern, Reading Bluecoat School, Canterbridgian and the Grange School in Hertford.